Well, glad to hear some people don't know who Joel Webbon is. Joel Webbon is an idiot. So I'm using this as an excuse because why not? To talk about the Jews and Christianity. First, I have to say my thoughts and prayers are with my many LDS friends who last night the president and prophet of the LDS Church, Russell Nelson, passed away. And then this morning in Michigan, there was an attack that looks like 4 people at a church gathering, LDS church gathering. It looks like 4 people, in addition to the murderer, have died. And what is far worse, in my opinion, is that many people who claim to be Christians have decided that this is the proper time to start talking about how Mormons aren't Christians, which, I mean, honestly, what do you even say to somebody like that? I responded to one person with, I mean, call it whatever you like. Mormons are nice, moral, generous, faithful people. You are a clanging cymbal. And unfortunately, I mean, I wish I could say that it was something that was rare, but it wasn't. There are a lot of people who, and I would count Joel Webbon among them, who, like, it's like, dude, I'm not a Christian, but have you heard of Christianity? And why do you bother calling yourself a Christian? So Joel Webbon tweeted out today. Was it today? Where was it? He tweeted out, I guess yesterday. Yeah, 7:41 a.m. yesterday. Has 3.9 million views, 291,000 likes. I'd rather China own TikTok than Israel. First of all, Israel isn't owning TikTok, but apparently several Jews are involved in buying TikTok. But I mean, one of the reasons I decided to do this stream is lots of people ask me about Christianity and Jews, because and partially because they know that I'm not a dispensationalist type, and I'm not one of these people who identifies the modern state of Israel with the entirety of the Jewish people. I don't. And frankly, because they want to hear me give my take, because as weird as this may sound, I seem to know Romans, the book of Romans, better than most Christians, which is shocking to me. It really is. But I mean, so here I'll respond. I'll read what I wrote to Gavin earlier this week. If I can find it. So we had a discussion about what how Jews and Christians interact. And I said, I want Christians to have a coherent, functional version of their own religion. I would not involve the Jews other than Christianity absolutely requires it internally. I think that's true. I think that if you are a Christian, hey, Jason. By the way, if somebody wants to jump on and discuss, that isn't the link I meant. I will post the link. As a Christian, you have to decide how you are going to deal with Judaism and what you mean by Judaism, and the Jews and what you mean by the Jews. And because it's part of your Bible, right? I had a rabbi on a while back, and I asked him, like, what does Judaism require us as Jews to believe about Jesus? And he gave the answer that I expected him to give, which is nothing. Like, Jesus isn't a part of our religion. It really isn't. There are a lot of Christians who go to a lot of lengths to try to assert that Judaism teaches certain things about Christianity. There's a lot of Jews who do that actually as well, but they tend to be the least knowledgeable of Jews. But I don't think, yeah, with Rabbi Burton's the one I was thinking of. But frankly, I've asked other rabbis as well. It's not just him. To the degree that there actually is a real Jewish position on Christianity, I would say, and Jesus, I would say what Maimonides says. So Marcus says, well, I suppose that saying Jesus is the Son of God and of the same essence would be wrong in Judaism, but so would saying that about any other person. See, like, even that's not true, right? Well, saying he is the only Son of God, yeah, that we don't agree with that. But that's because we believe we are all the children of God. And to say that he is of the same essence of God, even that is it. I mean, the thing is, it's like, even like before you have a view of what Judaism believes about Christianity, first you have to define Christianity, which is why I think it's actually useful to have this discussion in the context of talking about the LDS. Yeah, co-eternal, like, no, there's nothing co-eternal with God himself, right? Yeah, like, but like, not even all Christians agree with that, right? And I realize you're looking for a and which is perfectly fine, but this is where I say Christianity needs to have a coherent self-perception. So this is the thing with Joel Webbon, right? And a lot of people actually. I was going to talk about Bill Maher. Apparently, on Friday, he talked about all of the Christians who are being murdered in Nigeria. There is a real genocide of Christians that has been going on in the Middle East, in Muslim countries, for a long time. You want to talk about religious repression? If China isn't on your list of people who are repressing Christianity, I don't know what you're talking about, right? There's plenty of Jews in Israel who don't really like Christians very much, or Christianity very much. Sure, those people exist. Hello, Denise.
Hi.
How you doing?
Hold on a second. Wait a minute.
I got hold on a second.
Okay. Is everything okay with my sound here?
There's like a wind that's touching your microphone every once in a while.
Let me get rid of that.
Yeah, if you just stop the fan, its rotation is the one.
2 fans, all stopped.
Okay.
Fortunately, it's not that hot, so we can do that.
How are you doing, Denise?
Oh, pretty good. I'm feeling much better the last few days. I was sick for, the older you get, the longer a 24-hour flu lasts. But a good thing happened because I just basically slept for a week and didn't eat much. I started to lose weight, and the fasting for a few days shrunk my stomach. And now I'm back to normal. I have all my energy, but I discovered that my normal amount of food that I put on the plate, I can only eat half and I feel fine. I'm full. So I said, oh boy, I might finally lose some of this weight that I've been carrying around for too long.
Losing weight can be good. Yeah, I've been trying to lose weight too. I've just been gaining it, but I've been trying to lose some weight. Yeah.
Well, I gained all this weight at once back in the, I don't know. I guess it was when I was working night shift in a nursing home. And, we would arrive at work. There would be a lot of work to do, get everyone done after supper, get them all to bed. And finally, your whole ward is down and asleep. And you're sitting for the rest of the evening, only getting up when the bells ring. And I was eating cookies the whole evening. So I gained a lot of weight, and then I never took it off.
How long ago was that?
Oh, it was back in, actually, it was in the 80s. I did take it off in the 90s when I went backpacking. Mm-hmm. But then I put it right back on again. Yeah. And I heard that if you lose weight fast, fat cells actually, it's basically you didn't really lose your fat cells. You just shrunk them, and they're waiting to fill up again. But if you lose weight slowly and keep it off, then the fat cells go away, and it's not so easy to gain. That's what I'm told, and I'm hoping it's true.
One thing I had a cousin who died very young. He was 37, if I remember. And I had another cousin who also died young, and she was in her 40s from being overweight. I have lots of family who've had to struggle with their weight. And one thing I've never done is crash like fast dieting, because I'm trying to I try to watch my weight, but I try to change lifestyle and eat a little bit better and exercise more and try to bring down my weight, because I'm just very afraid of yo-yo dieting.
No, I don't fast like totally. First of all, I have breakfast, so it's really not a true fast. But then I won't eat again till like I'll set the clock at like 5 or 6 o'clock, and I'll just have water and milk. I've been drinking a lot of milk, but fasting, I found that what it does do is it cuts my craving for stupid stuff like sweets. When I get hungry again, I feel more satisfied with healthier food.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, it's getting back to your original topic, you were talking about Christianity and Judaism. I forget where I was commenting on some video somewhere, but it seems to me that every single religious tradition that I know of, which would be Jewish and Christian and Islam. I mean, Christian, we have different, in the Catholic Church, we have a lot of fasting that goes on that are mild fastings. You don't really give up eating, but you give up certain foods. And also, you used to have to fast for hours before receiving communion, which they did away with that with Vatican II, which I think they should have kept it. But it teaches you self-control. But I think the Jews have fasting. Don't you have a season of fasting?
Well, so obligatory fasts, there are two 24-hour fasts and 4 other days that are day fasts.
Yeah.
And those are spread out around the year. And then people who are more pious, a lot of them will fast several Mondays and Thursdays throughout the year at various times.
Mm-hmm.
So it depends on the person. But everybody is supposed to fast Yom Kippur and the fast of Esther, which comes from the book of Esther, and
Mm-hmm.
the 4 fasts that are in the book of Zechariah. It mentions 4 fast days, which we keep. One of them, which was actually this past Sunday.
Yeah, and then the Muslims have Ramadan where they don't eat from sun up to sundown, but then they can eat after, in the evening. Yeah. And I'm not sure, but I think the Hindus and Buddhists, well, the Buddhists just have an idea that I guess you just decide for self-discipline reasons to fast. I don't think they have it connected to a like all the Jewish, Muslim, and Christian fastings are related to some religious cycle. I don't know about the Buddhist fast, and I'm not sure about Hindu, if they have a fasting tradition or not. But it seems to me that most religions and primitive pagan practices frequently involve, when you're a young man or a young woman, to go through your rite of passage, you go through a period of fasting.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so it seems to me that it's a pretty basic human health practice, within reason, of course. I mean, people shouldn't starve themselves.
So I've looked at some of the studies recently that have been done on them, and unfortunately, a lot of them seem to come from Muslims trying to prove that Ramadan is healthy. And I don't know how much I trust those studies. But yeah, I mean, I don't know about it scientifically, but yeah, just having that bit of self-control. And even, I mean, I know a lot of my Eastern Orthodox friends, they there's long periods of time when they can't have meat or dairy at all. Mm-hmm. Like they basically they go vegetarian pretty much for long periods of time. And I mean, I hope it's healthy for all of them. I don't know, but one thing I've also noticed is we try to make things healthy for lots and lots of people, and it's like people have very different metabolisms, and people some things for some people are just make a lot more, seem to be a lot more healthy for them, and other people have all kinds of allergies and stuff like that. And you have to kind of do the trial and error for yourself and see what works.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. But oh well, life is so crazy. You were talking about, of course, the stupid StreamYard is so slow. Once you click the link now, you have to go through. They keep asking me the same questions over and over, and it loops. And then finally I get in. So I always lose a few minutes of your talk while I'm trying to check in. And when I started to check in, you were talking about a rabbi saying, well, what do you need to know about Jesus if you're Jewish? Is like, well, nothing, because he's not part of your.
Yeah.
It's kind of like asking me what I need to know about Joseph Smith, who's important to the Mormons. And it's like, he wrote a book that he calls the Book of Mormon. Very interesting. But that's all I know about him, really. I don't care. It's not part of my thing. But the stuff that's happening with the church shootings.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now I know. I finally got back to the point I had in my head when I clicked the link. Mm-hmm. When I first encountered, came out of the lurk, as they say in the TLC, and was talking to Von Vanderklay, I was saying that I decided this past New Year's to take a New Year's resolution to simply not carry a label, not, entering a conversation. People are so quick to say, well, hi, I'm so-and-so, and I'm this and I'm that. I'm spiritual, but not religious, or I'm Christian, or I'm Catholic, or I'm da-da-da. And I decided simply to try to avoid label, which I found is difficult because we're conditioned to relate to each other based on labels, but also because of what you were citing about these Christians that see a great opportunity to bash the Mormons. And a lot of these Christians have, if you look at YouTube Christianity, which reflects, unfortunately, what a lot of people in the street believe and call themselves Christian, a lot of that stuff is way out of left field. And that's one of the reasons why I did the label decision, because I can't believe that somebody understands me if I say that I am Christian. They may be taking it to mean something that I would never accept, because the name has become meaningless. In many ways.
I mean, this is always the problem with language, right? Anytime we talk to somebody else, it's hard to know if we mean the same thing with the same words we use, right?
Yeah.
Like,
like the Protestants and the fundamentalists, when you say you're Catholic, they think you worship the Pope. And it's like, I grew up in such a Catholic enclave, a real village that was like a cult unto itself, that I was 12 years old. This is going to make you laugh. I really was 12 years old before I discovered that they let Protestants into the country. Because my whole world was so entirely Catholic. The only questions people had was, were you Polish or French or Irish or Puerto Rican? Those were, because they were all varieties of Catholic. And then, and then everyone was in an uproar because one of my older sisters married an Episcopalian. I was a little kid at the time. And they were talking about, Protestant. My mother was the one who was up in arms over it. Not because she was religious, actually. She, as an Irish Catholic, was really into the drama and the control side of it. She had not been raised in parochial school, and she really didn't understand a lot of it. My father was almost a priest. I mean, he was totally very religious, and we learned a lot. By the time I was in second grade, I knew as much as a Jesuit. But my mother, it was simply an opportunity to scream and cry and have drama. And when my elder sister had to marry this Episcopalian, and he got shipped off to the Marine Corps for, knocking up a French kid, and my mother was going on about it being the Protestant thing, okay? Instead of the fact that she knew my sister at age 13 had lied about her age and was working in a bakery. And I know she knew because I was a little kid and my mother used to take me to that bakery to buy donuts when my sister was working there. So my mother knew she had lied to the owner about her age. And then while she was working there, of course, she starts dating this guy and da-da-da-da. Next thing you know, she's 15 years old getting married. And, but I went to we were visiting her husband's house and the in-laws and everything. The families kind of got together. And I saw statues of St. Francis in the garden. The mother, Bernice, was the mother-in-law there. She's passed on a long time ago. But she had statues of St. Francis all over the place. She had the Madonna, a big plaque. She was into ceramics, and she had made a ceramic plaque of the Madonna. She was very religious. And she took me under her wing because I was an Asperger's, but they thought I was retarded, which bothered them because the nuns found I could answer all the questions, so I wasn't retarded. They just said, no, she's weird. She's an artist. And the nuns told my parents to enroll me in art school and not worry about it. And Bernice took me under her wing and tried to rescue me from my insane elder sister that was now her daughter-in-law. Okay. It's crazy. But I said, they can't be Protestant because they got the Virgin Mary in the house. So that did away with the idea that there were any Protestants anywhere around. They all had the Virgin Mary. They were fine. But that's 1950s America, 1960s. And it's crazy. Oh, but while I'm on the topic, though, now that we mentioned Bernice and that Episcopalian family, they lived right in the community where Paul Vanderkay's family is having a gathering for estuary, I guess. They're planning something he was talking about. His sister has a house. He was saying Thompson, Connecticut, but there's no Thompson, Connecticut. It's Thomaston. My mother was born in Thomaston. The family that my sister married into they had property in Thomaston and Putnam, which is right next to it. And I have a lot of family around there. Very interesting part of the country. But
so I'm guessing your parents passed on already?
Oh, yes. My mother died it was right after 9/11 because they were still trying to figure out how to do airport security. And I almost got stranded in Philadelphia. Fortunately, I had my old Boston bartender school ID with me because you needed 2 forms of picture ID. Okay. And I only had my license, which at that time was a driver's license because my eyesight was still good and I hadn't lost it to the point of losing my license. But they wanted another photo. And finally I dug out, I got my old Boston, which I only carried as a joke. I mean, it was so old. It was me almost as when I was in my 20s. And they accepted that and let me go on. But my mother was 85. She passed because of an abdominal aneurysm. And now this you're going to find interesting just for religious curiosity. Trivia talk around the table when your friends are talking about the weird Catholics. We have a sacrament that used to be called extreme unction or the last anointing, the last rite. Yeah. Well, a priest was called in. My mother went into the surgery knowing that she might not come out of it because the aneurysm is routine now. They put a stent in and it's fine. But at that time, it was still experimental. So she agreed to take the high risk and she did not recover. She did not come back to consciousness. So when she came out of surgery and the doctor said it didn't look like she was going to regain consciousness, the priest was called in. Now, the system of the sacrament is that the priest says a number of prayers, and if the person can respond, they give their final confession and they respond with some of the prayers. But if they can't respond, the priest simply continues on as if they are.
Mm-hmm.
And so he said he was holding her hand and somebody had placed her rosary in her other hand. And she was simply quietly unconscious and was showing no reaction at all to anything. But then just as he was coming to the absolute closing prayer, the final amen, she suddenly squeezed his hand and then exhaled her last breath as he said amen.
Oh, wow.
And we have, I guess, what you call dark humor in our family, and a lot of Catholics do. I think it's an Irish thing. But my mother, as I say, she rattled the rosaries at everybody. She played saint, but those of us who understood what was going on knew it was drama queen time. And but there she was, and she was nasty in many ways. She did a lot of things to my little brother and me that were not nice, because we were like my sisters, my two elder sisters were 12 years and 11 years older than me. They were born less than a year apart. And then 6 years later, my older brother comes along, and my mother felt like that was enough. But then she thinks she's having menopause, and it was me. And then I got a little brother besides. So she went through that twice. And she did not want us to, and she didn't make a secret of it. So, you know, there's a lot of stuff. I could go all, oh, bad childhood, but everyone's had a bad childhood, so get over it.
Yeah.
And see what a counselor I would be. Boy, I wouldn't last as a counselor. But, well, where was I going with this?
So you were telling your mom.
She said, he says amen. She exhaled at that moment. Now, the belief in the Catholic doctrine teachings is that at the moment that the priest has absolved you of your sin, you're pure. You're going right to heaven at that moment. But the minute you have a bad thought, you're back to sin world, and you might go to purgatory if you're lucky. So we joke. It's like, well, this obviously Mom got her wish. She's a saint now because she didn't give him enough time to have a bad thought about, like, wishing that, you know, I mean, it gets kind of strange, because I know for a fact that one of the things that happened in the family, because it was a custody fight between my godparents and my parents. And it turned out, I put two and two together between the nasty things my mother would say when she was having a drama queen fit and the other things I figured out from growing up and understanding the world. She had been trying to see a Jewish doctor in Worcester when she was pregnant with me. And in those days, everybody had a doctor within their own, not only their own religion, but their own ethnicity.
Right.
And doctors were really part of your expanded village culture. But when my mother was in the early pregnancy with me, they lived in Worcester, and she was trying to get to a Jewish doctor, and the family found out and got kind of upset about it. Yeah. Then they moved back to my father's town of Webster, where I grew up, and my godmother tried to take custody.
So you think she was trying to have an abortion?
Oh yeah, she one time in one of her fits of anger, she told me she tried.
Okay.
And because see, I came of age right when the pill was first coming out, the sexual revolution was happening, and we were still very sheltered and hardly even knew what sex was. I mean, we knew what the parents were doing in the bedroom at night because they were kind of noisy and they were having a good time, but it was really a different form of understanding. And so there was a lot of discussion. And what happened was they kept her in the hospital for 2 weeks. I think that because of the whole way she was, and I guess she was probably having postpartum pretty bad too. But see, this is the thing. You got to also give her some credit for having a hard time. During that period, before I was born, my father had a lot of drinking buddies and a drinking problem. He had a hard time holding a job.
Mm.
During World War II, he had been in his glory at Los Alamos as a machinist, because my father is an Aspie savant, and he's a savant in engineering.
Mm.
But you can't really communicate that to many people. So then in civilian life, he got into labor organizing and union work, and that was pretty rowdy, and couldn't hold a job. And my mother was freaking out because here she was pregnant again, and sometimes they had to live with one of my aunts, which was not very pleasant. And so then I even saw a picture where my mother explained what was going on. There's a picture of her. I wish I had it handy. I would show you. You can see she's miserable. She's pregnant. All the aunts are gathered around. They were having a baby shower.
Mm.
The baby shower was about 2 weeks or 3 weeks before I was born. And my father was still out of work. He had just had a job interview. He had told my mother he had another great job, and she's like, yeah, right, you're going to hold that for 2 weeks? I mean, come on. They've been through it. Of course, part of the reason he kept losing jobs was she kept calling him home for a drama event, and he was always under stress. So he gets this job. They're living in Webster, Massachusetts, which is right on the line with Connecticut and Rhode Island. The job is in Hartford, Connecticut, so he has to commute. She can't call him home for a drama event anymore. She doesn't believe he's going to keep the job. So I'm 2 weeks away from being born.
Mm.
And she's still not sure what's going to happen because they're still living hand to mouth with 3 kids already. But then when he gets the job, between the fact that she couldn't interfere with him once he was at work, he was in his world. And then also it was the job of his dreams, because he started working as a tool maker with the space program, and they put him in charge of stuff on the Gemini project that would have required an advanced engineering degree.
Mm.
But all they knew about him was he could take a blueprint and immediately hand it back to the engineers and say, check your figures, this and that's wrong. I'll build this part after you redo your figures. And they would say, well, you show us the equations. And he had to protect himself because he only had an 8th grade education. So he said, oh, college boy, you do it and come back to me. And they'd walk away without telling him. So they do the equations, they check, they'd find out he was right. So they advanced him because they thought he must have had a whole lot of education. And it was really amazing. But yeah, and then she passed right after 9/11.
Mm-hmm.
And Dad stuck around for a couple of years, and he was on his way. He was driving out. He and my mother had an apartment built onto my brother's house in Vermont. And there was a blind corner as you come out of the driveway.
Mm.
So he was on his way out to deliver one of his projects. He used to make these cabinets out of plexiglass. And he was delivering one of his cabinets when this idiot comes screaming around that blind corner and T-boned his car. And he didn't last through the weekend. And that was the weekend that the Red Sox got the pennant back. It was that weekend. And Dad never missed a Red Sox game. And he was there for that game. But then the doctors told him what they could do. And, he had some broken ribs from the airbag hitting him so hard. And because of his age, he was 92. They weren't sure he could really recover. And he said he just missed my mother so much because they'd been together since childhood. And he said, no, he said, don't bother. He said, just let me go. And so they made him comfortable, and he listened to the Red Sox game. And then the next day he passed.
So how old was your mom when she passed?
85.
Okay. And they had been married for like 70 years?
Yeah, close to it.
Wow.
I think 65 years.
Wow. That's a long time.
because they were married before World War II. I mean, they were kids before World War One.
Yeah.
But they were, and the way they met was interesting too, because it was in the 1930s. There was something called the, what did they call it? The civil, it was like a bridge building project that the government put together to put men to work to break the Depression. And they built these concrete bridges. And my dad and his brothers formed part of a crew on some bridge building down in Connecticut. And my mother and her sister were being cared for by cousins who ran a restaurant there, because her mother died in Thomaston, Connecticut. But her grandfather, my great-grandfather, was the immigrant from Ireland. Mm-hmm. He had lost the family in the Spanish flu epidemic. The 15 members of our family died in 1915 in the Spanish flu epidemic in New York on the Erie Canal. It wipes through the Erie Canal, wiped out a lot of people. People don't understand what COVID was compared to that. Yeah. It's crazy. And my mother and her sister were then put with cousins in Thomaston, or the family went there. And then after my grandmother died when she was 7. So then she and her sister and her older sister falls in love with my father's older brother. And she's just kind of tagging along. And then the sister decides to marry the older brother. And because of the Irish being all up in arms about it, they elope to Massachusetts. Then my mother didn't like being left behind. So she went and moved in with my father's family. My grandmother, my French grandmother, Meme, just, throw another potato in the pot, put another plate on the table, another mouth to feed, who cares? She already had 11 kids. So, and she, every time she married one off, it was like she just simply brought in more kids. And so my mother and father met each other at age 13.
Wow.
And formed a decade-long friendship, courtship, and married when she was 21.
Well, they weren't the same age, right? So what was the age difference?
No, my father's, she was 85, he's 92. So he was 7 years older than her. So she was 13 when she went to live with the family. And
he must have been 20.
Yeah, he was close to 20.
Yeah. Have you done like a family tree and like written all this stuff down for your nephews and stuff?
I have some of it written down. We did do a study of it, and it's very interesting because I was trying to find the heritage on the French side, and that became interesting because we discovered that my grandmother, that we thought was an immigrant, was actually born in New Hampshire. But it was a northern New Hampshire village where nobody spoke English. And anytime they needed anything, they went to Montreal, just up over the border. So they thought they were still in Quebec. And then when we finally did the genealogy, I said, no, she was born in New Hampshire. She was not an immigrant. And then we found Matteau names showing up all the way back in when the upstate New York had a militia brigade that was part of the War of Independence. And we had a soldier named Matteau in the upstate New York brigades. And there was a road in Berkshire County, Massachusetts on October Mountain. It was an old logging dirt road, but it was Matteau Road. And nobody could ever find out why that road was named that. But it was probably a French American lumberjack that named it, because he was probably a Matteau.
So you said you did this research with somebody else, or you did it by yourself?
Mostly by myself. I mean, I haven't really looked at it in years because stuff that has happened has put a lot of bitterness there, but I do have some of it packed away. And I don't know if any of it will ever get in anybody's hands, because it's my family. I finally figured out that the sad thing that happened, basically, I would say during the 70s, my eldest sister became very cult-like. And because of my mother's, I said she's a drama queen, and you with your psychological education probably understand the different types of narcissism.
Yeah.
And my mother was the kind that extremely narcissistic, but only if you happened to come into her circle, then she would mess with you. But she didn't go looking for people to mess with. The kind of Machiavellian schemer type. That was not my mother. That was my sister. And my eldest sister, because of my mother's drama queen thing, she basically put the eldest daughter in charge of raising the younger kids so that she could go off and have sudden illnesses and emergencies and stuff. So this gave my eldest sister a lot of power. And my mother also did the narcissistic thing, which is classic, of having a scapegoat child and a golden child. And of course, the eldest who was put in charge of everything was Golden Girl. The sister right next door to her, when they were in diapers together, Golden Girl figured out that anything that went wrong, she could point at the other one and blame her, and she would be believed, and the other one would not be believed. So my sister Renee got to be Golden Girl. My sister Ellen got to be scapegoat child. And the result is, even now today, those two women are in their 80s. Okay, I'm in my early 70s. They're up in their early 80s. They still are inseparable. And Renee can still sick Ellen on anybody she wants to. I mean, I actually had to punch Ellen in the face when I was going through divorce, and Ellen came into my house to start screaming at me. One of the things that was happening, and that was in the late 70s, I was going through the whole question of divorce. My daughter was born in 76, and so it was, but by the time she was in toddler, it was obvious that things were not good. And Ellen, at that point, had taken up with Scientology, which I didn't even know what that was. I knew that she kept trying to get me to read Dianetics books because I was into science fiction. Well, because I enjoyed real science fiction, I said, this is junk. This guy's not even a good writer. I was only taking it as science fiction. She was like, oh, no, this is real. You got to be part of this. So then part of what she was doing, I guess it's a Scientology thing where you create your own problems because you want them. Right? Is that?
I don't know much about Scientology, but it sounds like the type of thing that cults tell people. Yeah.
It's very common. Anyway, she was into that. So she wanted to explain to me that there was nothing wrong with my ex, who frankly was totally bonkers. And I was creating everything because I wanted all of this. I was sitting, I remember I had been crying. And the way it would work would be my mother I would be trying to deal with something. My mother would take an opportunity to do drama queen. She would call my sister, Renee, the Golden Girl, and dump on her how horrible everything was, because poor Denny was this and that, and we don't know what to do, and Renee help us. And Renee would then call Ellen and send Ellen over. So you can see the dynamic here, right? So Ellen's there screaming at me that what I need to do is some Dianetics thing. And I was crying over something, whatever. My husband was always threatening and making really crazy stuff. I mean, the police were really mad at him because they could see what was going on with him. And I'm sitting in the kitchen, and she just starts coming at me, like physically, leaning over me, and I'm leaning back, and then just without thinking it, I do this. And I remember I did this, like she had time to back off. And I said, you got to leave, And so finally I went like that. So then she runs out. She starts down the stairs. Then I heard her turn around, come back up. She runs back in. She stares at me. She makes a big circle around, grabs her cigarettes and purse, and runs back out again. And, that was kind of like the dynamic there. But the problem with the cult aspect is that Rini also has an extremely high IQ. And she got a good college education. Now, Rini never left the Catholic world. She went through parochial school as I did. I rebelled and went to public high school, but she stayed in the Catholic high school. Then she went to the Catholic college, run by the same group of nuns that ran our parochial school. And in those days, we didn't even have dictation machines, tape recorders. You had Greg shorthand. You know what that is, right?
I know shorthand. I don't know the different types. Yeah.
Well, Greg shorthand has like one mark will create a whole phrase. So if somebody's speaking, you can write everything at the speed of the conversation. My sister could do this, number one, in 2 languages because she was fluent in French with it. Number 2, she was so good at it that she could keep notebooks on several people at a business conference. So they only needed 1 stenographer, her. They didn't have to have 3 or 4. So when she went to work at GE, they discovered that when they wanted something not to be talked about, they had one person they knew they could trust. They would bring her in. She would do the corporate meeting with Jack Welch and the other vice presidents. And she rose very, very high in GE. And simultaneously, now this was going on basically in the late 70s, because she was going through her having risen up to that level when she decided to try and help me with the divorce issue by getting me to move out to be with her and leave Alan and my mother with their drama games in the eastern part of the state. And that was fine. That was a good idea at first, but it also coupled with the fact that her son got involved in what is essentially a mob hit. He, with 6 other boys, went into what was supposed to be a fist fight, and they drowned 2 men in a car, pushed into the lake and drowned them. They got acquitted. I think I told you that story. Yeah. And I've got links if people want to go look, and they can look. Look up Linux 7, anyone who wants to look it up. And so she was going through that. That happened in 1981. And she was, those boys that were in that group of Linux 7 were all sons of GE management. And so what was going on was she was becoming a key executive secretary, the go-to person to get things done by the corporate executives on one hand. On the other hand, she was part of this Catholic cult mentality that my mother played off. And she really didn't have a lot of independent, because I was appointed, before I moved in with her, I had been appointed to one of the very first federally funded art councils under the Clintons. No, it wasn't under the Clintons. They weren't there yet. But before they got into the White House, the National Endowment for the Arts was set up. And they were funneling money to all the stuff that Trump is now pulling apart today. So they set up these government culture commissions, and I was appointed to our local one in Eastern Massachusetts. And I went to about 3 meetings and said it was corrupt. I saw so much, I was a union steward and everything in my working life. So I said, I know corruption when I see it.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things they did was, here I am in my own hometown. They publish a pamphlet about the people on the commission, and they gave me a New York City fine art education background. I've never been to New York. I said, you can't do that. Take that, undo this. They said, oh, no, don't worry about it. Nobody will know. I said, nobody will know. I live here. Everyone knows I never went to New York. And so I quit. And and my father agreed with me. Yeah, it's corrupt. Just, you shouldn't go into anything with the government. And my sister was furious because she felt like she was shepherding me up the ladder. And what she said to me revealed a lot. When she was so angry, she said, you don't understand that this is how business is done. No, everyone knows it's a lie and nobody cares because it's business. And I said, I don't care. I'm not going to be part of it. I'm an artist and I'm keeping, and my father on the side had been kind of coaching me quietly about the sacredness of art and how to retain my integrity in what he felt was such a crooked world that, I got what I deserved. If I went into a government thing, I shouldn't have touched it. That was his opinion. But, yeah, and then, of course, everything that's going on in Massachusetts now, if you take a close look, you get into Twitter and get into the algos serving of things from Boston. I mean, as soon as you look at any of the Boston area profiles, the algorithm will start sending you stuff, and you're going to notice that Massachusetts is deep, deep cult. I mean, the stuff that's going on there is really like a bad movie of a cult taking over the world. Massachusetts is, and I saw it coming in, and a lot of what happened with my sister being into her Scientology stuff, she was meeting all those people around Boston. And Rainey in the western part of the state was getting all this influence. And I don't know if it would have done any good if Rainey had ever gotten outside of the Catholic world to see that there are other ways to look at the world. But she was able to just totally identify as such, and then she was able to rally the less aware Catholic relatives behind her to see me as being just totally wrong, no matter what I did or said. So it's really kind of difficult, but everybody can tell a story similar to this.
Yeah, but I mean, people. I mean, do you still have people in your family? Like, do you have nieces or nephews?
I do, but if they contact me, they get hurt. That's the thing. It's real mafia. It's not just like my mother having drama queen issues was like a personal thing. And I took a lot of what my sister Rini was doing as just more personal craziness. And I didn't really see. Now, Ellen, I could say was personal and continues to be personal craziness because she continues in that world. But she has always been completely manipulated and controlled by Rini. To the point where there were a couple of summers in a row where I babysat both of them, all 7 kids between the 2 of them, because Ellen would move in with Rini whenever her husband was sent on overseas. He stayed in the Marine Corps for 20 years. And so Ellen could, but Ellen can pull strings, and Ellen will not allow, she will not allow any of the nieces and nephews to speak to anybody that is on Rini's disapproval list, which goes beyond family. And when I say mafia, if somebody wants to go to the FBI history of the mafia, look up Brockton, Massachusetts, patriarchal crime family. And there's a guy in Brockton who's dead now, but his name was, he died recently, Jerry Aguilaro, Italian name. And he was the second in command to the Patriarcha crime family. He was in charge of all the casinos and all the bars and taverns and casinos in eastern Massachusetts. Now, my brother-in-law, the Marine, when he got out of the Marine Corps, he went to work as a bartender in Brockton. You cannot be a bartender in Brockton in those years and not be working directly under Aguilaro, the capo. On top of it, one of the big knockdown, drag-out fights between my sister Ellen and me was when I was trying to help her son, who was, we were close. I was like his favorite aunt. And he was trying to get on his feet. And she was messing with him bad. And she wouldn't let him grow up, one of those things.
This is the son who was accused of murder?
No, this is a different nephew.
Okay.
He was another Aspie, and she treated him like he was retarded, and she never let him into his talents. And she had another child, a daughter, who was a young teenager. And like I say, Ellen herself was precocious, because at age 13, she convinced people she was 16 and went to work in the bakery. Her eldest daughter at age 15 made it almost through a whole semester pretending to be a substitute teacher when she was a freshman at Silver Lake High School. And the only way she was caught was when one of the other teachers tried to date her and discovered that she was a student and he was going to get in trouble. But she was pretending to be a French teacher. But anyway, where were we? I forget. Aguilaro, the Brockton thing. One of the people that came after my situation, when I started to come online, my daughter died in 2010. And I didn't talk about it till 2015. And then I started a channel up, just personal stuff, not getting into any of this family stuff. But I was being tracked and trolled by some people associated with this group. And one of them is from Brockton and had made threats to me that were passed on to the police, and they know about him. He had moved from Brockton to Texas, and he was bragging about he didn't know that I had family in Brockton. But he was bragging that his dad was a drinking buddy of Aguilaro. And I'm sitting here looking at his threats to me like I had better watch out, because he was such a big shot, and I had better stop doing my channels, because when they kept messing with me, I started talking about the family history and said, okay, I got nothing to lose. I'm going to speak up. And he started trying to threaten me, and I'm laughing because my brother-in-law was a bartender, and the fight that happened with my sister was over my teenage niece drinking at the bar where her dad was the bartender, and they were having a big family fight because she got in trouble driving home. I said, he shouldn't be allowing her in the bar. Now, at that time, I knew nothing about the trafficking and stuff that goes on. I know that my sister was hanging out with those kind of people, and look at what her husband was doing with his own daughter. And I also know they kept trying to fix me up on dates I didn't want to go on. But I never really saw it for what it really was. And
what was it really?
A kind of trafficking culture that happens inside cults.
Okay.
Like, I was the bad guy for saying that Chrissy shouldn't be out there in that bar drinking as if she's over 21, just because her father can vouch for her and protect her, lie for her. It shouldn't be done, and I was arguing. But more than that, the whole structure of everything was, well, it's too complicated to really go into here. I mean, if you really ever get into the cult family structure thing, and because also I'm describing two kinds of cult things going on, because on the one side, there's Ellen being involved with Scientology, and basically nobody in the family followed her into Scientology, but she kept doing Scientology type stuff. And the concept of declaring somebody to be an outlaw, which is what she did to me, and because of the relationship between her and Renee being the successful corporate executive person, mm-hmm. When Ellen declared me to be outlaw, she treated her, and her kids were raised with her Scientology stuff. They didn't become Scientology that I know of. Mm-hmm. I mean, they might have, I don't know, but they were still raised with the Scientology values that when somebody criticizes and is declared fair game, you do everything you can to destroy that person. And family doesn't matter in a cult, in that kind of cult. Mm. So that kind of thing, dynamic was going on with her, while my sister Renee was really into the genuine mafia level. And because of the fact that Massachusetts and Rhode Island and that area are, in fact, they're kind of like living on the island of Sicily. You know, it's mafia, it's New England mafia home turf. Mm-hmm. And we're all interrelated with it. You know, it becomes a perfect storm.
So are your nieces and nephews still involved in all of that?
Oh, yeah. I've got a video in my Twitter. My niece, and I put her name and everything because she was in the news, in the headlines in 2024 for attacking a conservative school committee woman. And that school committee woman was attacked for asking a question, not even making a stand, excuse me, but for simply asking, what are they going to do for a policy about, excuse me, girls' sports and transgenders. Mm. And the fact that she even wanted to talk about it was enough that she was subjected to a horrific assault, basically. The Berkshire Eagle did a story on it. Mm. And they kept my niece on the committee as a committee woman. My niece is also on the board of a DEI funding NGO organization to which the schools go to her for money. So you can see, and she's a lawyer. Oh yeah, that niece, she's a lawyer, a Massachusetts lawyer. Mm. And in fact, she was threatened with arrest here in Texas. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'll finish this and then I'll go. She wrote a letter when I moved to Texas, and Renee realized I was getting out from under the territory that the family could influence or control. Mm-hmm. Renee had her write a letter for her as if they didn't know who I was. We were total strangers. Mm. And I had made a phone call. I'd had some argument with Renee over the phone, you know, basically told her to leave me alone and stuff. And leave my daughter alone, because my daughter kept staying up there and I couldn't get her to leave. Mm. And so they wrote a letter to the authorities down here asking that something be done about this woman that we don't even know who she is. And the sheriff, I was living up in Brenham, the sheriff at the time, of course, he gets this letter, he has to talk to me and he says, what's going on? And I said, Veronica Fenton is my niece. And that's my sister, not her mother, that's her aunt. She's my other sister's daughter. And I drew the whole family tree for him. And he goes, what? He says, you're all related. And I said, yes. He says, so this is a family argument. They tried to convince the Texas authorities that there was some stranger down here in Texas making terroristic phone calls that they didn't even know who I was. And he said, listen, he said, if they come down here, I want to arrest them. Will you file a complaint? I said, yes, I will. But of course they had no intention of coming down here. And that was the end of that. I don't know. I never found out if he wrote them a letter back or not. Because I just I was dealing with each crisis as it comes along and letting it go.
Mm.
That was in early 2000s. Yeah, because my mother was still alive when that happened.
Mm.
And but the whole family knows. Anyone so much as speaks to me, their job, their personal life, everything gets invaded because Ellen and Rainey would use Veronica. I have the video about this is my niece, and I tell the whole story in the video of why is she allowed to get away with this? What's wrong with you people in Massachusetts? And I think I still have some videos in my Twitter page. And if you put my name in Twitter, you can see which one is me besides the troll people who use. But there aren't too many trolls. Twitter's been pretty good about, or X, I should say. X has been pretty good about cleaning up the troll crap. So I think you'll just find my page.
Mm.
But yeah, it's like, but I think that this is going on in this country where our networks have come together so tightly because of technology that you really can't rise in a corporate world without having at least one foot in one of these weird cults. Like Scientology, or then there's that thing going on in Silicon Valley up where you are, where they have, what's his name? Sam Altman's running around trying to be the Antichrist or something. I mean,
well, Silicon Valley is about 1,000 miles north of here. So, yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
You're safe then. But I mean, they've got some weird religious stuff going on of their own.
Well, this is part of what's going on is that, a lot of people grew up and they were told traditional religion is all worthless and bunk. And so they start coming up with their own religious stuff, which is really, really heinous and gets really crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then when you look at the satanic ritual stuff that like Anton LaVey and these people, they pull it all out of the Catholic practice and they just twist it around and think they invented something. And it's like, no.
I forget who said it. Somebody said when people believe in when people stop believing in God, it's not that they don't believe in anything; it's that they'll believe anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, you see how much people are into astrology and tarot and stuff like that. Like even around here, like it. I keep on telling people like that tarot stuff. It's not just nothing. Like
Right. Well, it's attached to the unconscious. And people don't understand that your unconscious is really the whole thing about demons is the evil. That's the evilness projecting out into the world that you don't acknowledge in yourself. I mean, my mother, for example, I talk about her drama fits. A lot of it was, the evil that it wasn't really evil of her that she didn't want more kids, but, she was caught, and that was a problem, a tragedy of that time. But because she wanted to project herself as a saintly good woman, the unconscious will do the nasty things. And then people on the outside look at it and say, oh, it's a demon.
Yeah.
And the tarot cards are images of normal human problems that when you lay them out there, it's really just psychological, but people want to read spirit stuff into it because they don't want to admit that all of that stuff is in their own minds.
Yeah. I mean, there is that. I mean, I do believe in the spiritual, and I do believe there is a spiritual world.
Oh yeah, there is. But I mean, it's not the thing that does it. You know, well, okay, here's my idea about tarot and Ouija boards, because Ouija boards are quite dangerous. And I think the reason why you hear more stories from people who've played with Ouija boards, that they get some kind of entity following them or stuff. You don't really hear that too much from people who mess with tarot. Tarot just kind of gets lumped in with everything. But my opinion is that when you're dealing with a Ouija board, you're dealing strictly with letters and verbal. It's all left brain. When you're dealing with the tarot cards, you're dealing with images, and it's very right brain. And also the images in the traditional tarot, there are a lot of wacko decks out there now that I don't count them, but the traditional tarot deck has a lot of Christian and Judaic culture embedded in it. So your subconscious, when you look at it, is being channeled in kind of an already approved direction.
I really don't trust like any of that stuff. I think, stick.
Well, I don't mean it as a matter of trust.
Yeah.
But just example of what part of you is being involved. And when you've got something that's totally unfiltered, I noticed that the people who use that will talk about having real entities visit them.
I think it's a worry.
Huh?
I think it's a worry. I think it's a real worry.
But what I'm saying is, I think also the real entity might have better access through the left brain verbal part of the mind. Whereas I have worked somewhat with tarot from a psychological point of view. But I've stuck to the traditional. I have not, when I see these new things that people come up with, they invent their own and stuff, and a lot of it is very occult. I stay totally away from that, because you are, through images, you are directing the unconscious of your mind in a direction. I mean, that's why religious art, it's very important to understand what you're doing with any kind of religious art.
Yeah. What kind of artist are you? What kind of art do you do?
Well, I really haven't painted much since my daughter died, but I might get back to it. But I've my education is all in the traditional oil painting and watercolor, and mostly it's kind of zazen. I sit and I focus on the landscape or the subject, and I paint what I see. And I used to do portraiture, and I gave that up because I felt like I was opening to too much of the other person's energy. It started to disturb me. And then I stuck to landscape mostly. But again, we had this whole thing going on in Massachusetts where the arts were being taken over by force, actually. That whole thing that happened with my sister was just the business side of it. But when I had shows of my work up in there were a couple of galleries that would show my work, they got threats because the New York-based groups were promoting propaganda art. And there was, for example, the Stockbridge Library had a gallery, and they showed my work. And all of a sudden, there was a big uproar about it because didn't I know they were supposed to be boycotted? And I said, well, why? And they said, well, because the curator of the gallery and when I showed my work to her, she said, well, I hope you don't mind that we're not going to hang any pictures of nudes, because the fact is the gallery is part of the library, and anyone going over to the children's library coming through the lobby would see the paintings. So they had a simple routine rule that, well, because of that, not because they were being prudes, but just out of consideration for children, you could not
I
put
don't
certain
mind
kinds of
people being
things.
prudes. I am perfectly fine with people being prudes.
I know, but I'm saying it's a very common sense thing. And I said, oh yeah, sure, fine. I didn't think twice about it. I didn't know there was a political boycott going on. And the woman got ordered to not allow my work. And it was really kind of funny because I went in, my work was already hanging up there, and we were talking about the next scheduled opening because the boycott was such that no local artists would show there. Because if you showed, I didn't even realize this, if you showed there, well then you got put on the list, and I was already on the list because of my sister. And I didn't understand the money. Now, I've just named a couple of things. Rainey telling me that my being on the commission was part of business, which I didn't see it that way. My niece, the lawyer, who got together with Rainey to write that letter to Texas, she is on the board of putting money into these DEI programs, which involve a lot of art. One of the things that happened in the 90s when I moved to Boston, I was working with Captain Thomas White. He was a state police captain assigned to the Animal Rescue League in Boston because his specialty was crime scene analysis, which involved torture of animals. And in Boston at that time, this was the 90s, the Columbia cartels were taking over the drug trade. And that was the Clinton years. That's where they come in. And one of the things that was happening was they were finding animal sacrifice activity related to the children, to the gang trying to intimidate children in the neighborhoods, because the gang was pushing the native black drug culture out and taking over, and they were finding these crime scenes. And Captain White got caught up in the satanic panic stuff with the author Dale Griffiths. He was one of the famous lecture circuit guys. He was a charlatan. And Captain White was quite serious, trying to bring real serious forensics into it. And then I was working with him because of the situation that happened at the Stockbridge Library and the other stuff that had happened. I had finally come to understand that this was a propaganda cult in the arts. And a lot of it is related to what they now see with Abramovich. You know, I'll say her name wrong, but Sabrina Abramovich, the spirit cooking.
I've heard something about that, yeah.
Yeah, and Hillary Clinton and Podesta, and those paintings that Podesta had of dead children on his wall, you know, to decorate his living room. Creepy stuff like that.
Stuff like that, but
that was the stuff that we were being required. If you wanted to be exhibiting in Massachusetts at that time, you were required to start doing that. And I was one of the artists who refused. And all of the artists who refused were subjected to total warfare.
So you said you were doing oils and watercolors. Were you doing acrylics too?
No, I tried acrylic and didn't like it.
Did you?
Because my oils I learned was layering, and acrylics don't lend themselves to layering.
Right. So do you prefer oils or do you prefer watercolor?
Well, I've been more involved with watercolor because it's once you get past a certain level of difficulty with it, it's basically once you learn to let go of control with watercolor,
right,
then it's much more expressive than oils. And I finally got past that issue with watercolor, and I really started to enjoy it.
But you said you stopped painting when your daughter passed away?
Yeah, pretty much, because I went through moving and you know, a couple of years of just turmoil of relocating, and getting, and also I didn't really get the full story of what happened to my daughter right away, because I knew that I had not gotten the right story from the university detective. But I didn't really know the extent until I started getting trolled by somebody who obviously did know her. I mean, I knew he was harassing her when she was alive, because I had filed complaints with the police, and I was trying to do some damage control on the situation, where she didn't want me involved. Obviously, she's an adult. She doesn't need her mother poking her nose in her life. But she didn't really see the connections. I had finally, through my work with Captain White, begun to understand who my family was. And my daughter still couldn't see it, because she wasn't part of it. I raised her away from the family. I made enough separation that she didn't get exposed to the cousins and the aunts. And then as an adult, when my mother died, she came back into the family when we went up for the wake. And they all acted like everything was wonderful, and I was mean for having estranged her from her wonderful family. And she was like, I don't know. But she didn't really see it. And
do you still have watercolors and your stuff to do your paintings?
Yeah, I have to dig them out sometime, because I was thinking about that the other day. I need to dig them out and put some back up on the wall. I kind of put everything away, and I got rid of a lot of stuff that I now, of course, wish I hadn't. But you go through that when you go through purging stuff out of your life. And
yeah. Have you done any drawings of your daughter?
Yeah, I used to draw her a lot. She was quite beautiful.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, that must be hard.
No. I'm quite sure we'll be reunited on the other side.
Yeah.
Because that spiritual realm, you're right. I didn't mean to sound like a materialist when I was talking about tarot, but there's all kinds of ways the spiritual realm can invade.
Yeah.
And it's sad to see people get involved in stuff they don't understand, and that it ain't going to end well.
Do you ever go to mass and light a candle for her?
Sometimes. What I do is sometimes I do something called Stations of the Cross. And do you know about that practice?
I've seen people do it once, but I don't know that much about it. Yeah, I went to church with some friends and they were doing it. Yeah.
Well, it gives you a good vehicle to meditate on life's problems, because it's 14 plaques. Most old Catholic churches have these plaques up on the side, 7 on each side.
Yeah.
And it starts with, I think it starts with the prayer in Gethsemane, and then presentation before punches. So you meditate on the depression of knowing you face a life problem you can't avoid, the prayer, the agony in the garden, and the betrayal by friends who just fall asleep. They don't really betray Jesus, but they didn't stay awake with him. And then the false accusations. So all of these things are life situations. And so you say the prayers and you meditate on that Jesus went through this, and whatever you have in your heart that particular stage of the stations refers to, you release it to Jesus at that point. And it ends, a lot of Protestants don't understand the full circle of it because they see the 14 plaques, which ends with the crucifixion and the laying in the tomb.
Right.
But what you're supposed to do, if you do it right, after you meditate on, the final end comes to us all.
Right.
Then you're supposed to go to the altar, which has in a traditional church, the Novus Ordo, you can't trust them to do this anymore, but a traditional church has the Eucharist, which has been blessed by the priest and is consecrated, so it is considered to be the presence of Jesus. And you go over to the altar and you kneel before the presence of Jesus, knowing the hope and resurrection that follows. So a lot of Protestants don't know there is a 15th station because it's not included in any of the plaques on the walls. It's the altar. And if you go through the whole meditation, it may take a while in an afternoon, but then when you're kneeling before that altar, you often can feel intense peace.
When was the last time you did that?
Maybe 6 months ago.
Sounds like it was really meaningful for you.
Yeah, it's one of the things that I do from time to time.
And it helps.
Oh, yes. Yeah. I had a question I was going to ask you. Just change the subject a little bit. There's a figure that people like to say is, one of those things they left out of the Bible because they're all lying to us, This figure Lilith, is that really an important figure in the Judaic tradition? And when did Lilith start appearing in what I call the folklore?
So,
no offense to anybody, but I don't see it as, I was thinking that that's really kind of a new addition to the story of Adam and Eve.
So when I was in Israel, I went to the Israeli National Museum, and they had an amulet against Lilith that was
she's not a good guy in their lexicon, right?
That was several thousand years old.
Wow.
Yeah.
But did they consider her to be what the feminists today claim, which was like the first wife of Adam? Or did she have anything to do with Adam at all?
It's not clear. It's not clear at all. I mean, if I remember, I mean, I could try to look up the amulet against Lilith.
I would love for you to do a study with some of your more learned scholar friends.
We tend to really not talk about Lilith very often. In fact, we don't even say the name. And it's considered something, I mean, as far as I can tell, it was some sort of like foreign Babylonian goddess or something like that.
Yeah. Well, she does appear to be very similar to the figure of Kali and some of these other pagan fertility goddesses who are very violent. They're mostly violent goddesses.
Yeah. So, I mean, apparently it's definitely over 1,000 years that these types of things got involved in the folklore, but it's not something we generally discuss. Yeah, it's, I mean, the esoteric stuff within Judaism, I mean, it's beyond me. I talk about some of the stuff that's more popularly discussed, but yeah, generally we don't mention even the name. Like on my Discord server, I have angels. Like, so I assign people roles of angels, and I assign people who are trolls names of demons, and one of the things I have is Lilim, is one of the tiers. In fact, it's the lowest tier, but that's about all the talking about that stuff that I do is.
Well, that's interesting because the figure really started to be promoted in New Age feminist when it became obvious that American feminism was promoting basically a new religion. And now we can see where a lot of it comes from the Gnosticism and everything. That's when I started seeing that name thrown out there, and the story claiming that there was a whole, lost gospel and all this other garbage really only started to turn up, I think, in the past 20 years, 30 years, maybe.
Well, I mean, have you seen there was that magazine Jezebel?
I recently heard about an article in it.
Yeah, where they hired a witch to curse.
Yeah, Megyn Kelly was talking about that.
Yeah, like these people have gone through basically all of history and looked for bad people. Like Jezebel is not a nice person in the Bible.
No, she's not.
Like,
but people are actually naming their daughters after her.
Yeah.
I mean,
and magazines, and it's a very similar thing. Yeah, there is Lilith is mentioned in the Bible. At least
it is in Isaiah 34. I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, we don't usually talk about that stuff very much. Yeah.
Well, of course, this is the thing. Then it gets back into the cult stuff. The mafia, for example, some of the folklore, like out of the Godfather movies and all that, a lot of it is based in real truth, is that there's a lot of deep pagan magic that goes back to very ancient times that is related to blood feuds and vendettas and curses. And curses are very real. And I mean, you just don't.
I believe there are demons in this world. Yeah.
Well, I think that what happens is and you're going to probably feel like I'm being too materialistic again, but I am very much interested in how we interface with the spiritual realm. And when you look at, what's his name, Roger Penrose and Stuart Hameroff, that looked at the fact that in our brains, the neurons actually have microtubules that have a quantum spark in them.
Yeah.
And they believe that consciousness resides there. Well, I was exploring a lot of this, and pattern recognition is a big part of what's going on with, when anyone gets involved with psychic stuff, a lot of it is pattern recognition. And if the microtubules are firing in a pattern that matches something that has happened before, and with religious traditions, you have recurring cycles and festivals where people do focus on a pattern because it's the time to remember these events and so on. You can actually enter into contact with the spiritual realm in that way. And of course, the thing is about Lilith, that figure has been brought out into a position where naive, stupid modern women are trying to relate to her as if she's another Madonna, Virgin Mary kind of figure. And it's related to the violence that we see. I mean, we see such violence against children.
So, yeah, in Isaiah 34:14, it talks about Lilith, which is translated as night creature, night monster, or screech owl. Coming from
that's interesting.
Lyle, meaning night. Yeah. Night hag.
Well, that gets right back to the deep unconscious.
Yeah.
The collective unconscious.
Isaiah 34:14 is the sole biblical passage in which Lilith appears. The desert creatures will meet with hyenas, and one wild goat will call to another. Indeed, the night creature will settle there and find her place of rest. The term is rendered night creature, night monster, or transliterated Lilith based on the translation.
Well, that's an interesting passage if you consider that the goat is part of the image of Moloch.
Yeah.
Or no, the Baphomet. That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, so this is what's on Bible Hub. I'll put the link in the chat in case people want to take a look at it.
See, this is getting back to the tarot and Ouija board thing. It's where these patterns match up. And when people actually try to engage with them, like they do rituals and they believe, if they're putting their full belief in the stuff, they can activate energies.
Yeah.
And it's not going to go well for the one who started. People think, well, I'm putting a curse on him over there, so this can activate it. It's like, no, it's gonna be on you because you're the one opening that door.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons I encourage people to stick with their old traditions and with orthodox religions and not make shit up. Yeah.
Yeah, because really we don't make things up. We just discover old stuff, and we really, some of it needs to be left buried.
Is there a traditional time that Catholics do the Stations of the Cross, or is it anytime you want, or like is it usually Lent?
It's usually Good Friday is a big day for it.
Okay.
The Friday before Easter. And it's a Lenten tradition in I've got a problem in my thing here. I'm going to have to go. But it's usually a Lenten tradition. But the churches are always open to having it done at any time.
So you could go do it tomorrow?
I'm getting disconnected here. I don't know what's going on. My camera just reversed itself.
Yeah,
wow.
Your phone might be dying.
Yeah, I think I better go. But it's been fun talking.
Yeah,
thank you.
Sure. I'll talk to you later, Denise.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Cal says, clearly referring to an actual animal. Are you so sure, Colonimus? Are you so very sure? Yeah, it might be an owl. Sure, Kirk, you could jump on. Anybody else who wants to jump on? I don't think I'm going to go very much longer, but we'll see. I didn't actually talk much about Joel Webbon, but I thought it was more important to talk with Denise. Hey, Kirk.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. How about you?
I'm doing okay.
For future reference, when Denise is on, should I just
When Denise is on, I'm likely not gonna have other people on.
okay. What she was also hello Yoav. How are you doing? What are you having? What are you eating?
Oh, blueberries.
Blueberries. I hope they were bug checked.
They were frozen, and I rely on the opinion that frozen blueberries, that if there are bugs in your frozen blueberries, the freezing probably made the bodies of the bugs fall apart, which means that it's not a davar shalem, which means that it can be batal b'shishim. But that's a minority opinion that I rely on. Also, I don't keep kosher.
I know.
How you doing?
The historical contents for the TLC.
Yeah.
The origin story of Denise is that she came with a furious attack against Paul van der Clay, presenting him as a cult leader. And now I understand why she was concerned. Of course, we can reassure her that Paul van der Clay is the solution and not the problem. But now I get where she's. I get her point of view.
Yes.
Why one should be. And
she's very cautious. She's also an artist, and she has a very unique personality, which is one of the reasons that when she wants to talk, I make sure to be available for her to talk.
Right. That's how it should be.
Yeah. I think you'll make a good social worker, Jacob. You know how to accommodate people.
I try.
Not always, but
well, that's the thing. I accommodate people according to their needs. I try. Yeah. Denise thanks you, Yoav.
I should thank her. I mean, Denise should understand I'm living in Israel, and the storm she has been experiencing expresses as little wavelets washing to my shore. And I noticed the wavelets, and they are not as harmful as they are on the other side. But I'm wondering, where are those bits of drifting wood washing to my shore? Where are they coming from? What storm has been going out in far places? And I now see the picture. I was never into American culture and American history. Never interested me. The only thing I knew is reading the Godfather, the book, when I was a child. And growing up and through the years, I keep seeing that book as a key descriptor of the American society. Of course, doesn't touch Texas, but I mean, no one book will ever cover America, but it is a key piece of key to unlock America for a foreigner like me. And it's the realization that the mob never died.
I mean, the mob certainly didn't die, but part of it is that it's also become a part of our it's a part of our mythology, and that's yeah. Unfortunately, it has become a part of our mythology, and we overestimate, I think, generally, what exactly the mob was and is. And let's face it, I mean, the Jewish mob, Meyer Lansky did try to escape to Israel. I don't know if you remember that, but yeah, the Murder Incorporated was actually more involved with Israel than a lot of people. Like, there's a book, they were good to their mothers, which is about the Jewish mafia.
Yeah, I mean, that's my point. We never had the Jewish mafia as a big problem in Israel, but we keep getting driftwood washing to our shores, indicating that there was some storm going on the underside. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, but the name of the book is But He Was Good to His Mother, The Lives and Crimes of Jewish Gangsters, by Robert Rockaway.
Well, that's interesting because the only Jewish organization that I've heard engaged in terrorist activities would be the JDL, Americana, but
they definitely are not the only ones, unfortunately.
Another key insight that I take from this conversation, this is my main theology. Jordan Peterson taught us that there is no atheism. It just doesn't exist. And therefore, I cannot honestly call myself an atheist.
I don't believe in atheists.
It will just be self-delusion. So I must be something else. And it's for me to explore.
You must be something else. You might just be a Pharisee.
Okay.
How are you doing, Father Stephen?
I am well.
How much do you know about Lilith?
We did a whole thing on Lilith in an episode of Lord of Spirits. I think it's the Monster Manual episode.
Okay. How old is the idea of Lilith?
It's basically an old Canaanite goddess / monster.
Okay.
It was goddess of the type that you try to keep away from you.
Right.
Pagan gods, there's two categories. One's you want to be friends with, and ones you want to keep away.
So it's definitely more than 2,000 years old.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, the whole Adam's first wife thing comes much, much later, but
yeah.
So
yeah, but I think that passage in the Bible, as a native Hebrew reader, it clearly refers to a bird, to a night bird, because a lot of birds end with the T. Lots of birds are referred as female, and it's definitely. I mean, if I didn't know what it was some kind of a bird that is active at night.
Yeah, Lilith. I mean, from Lila. Something of the night. Yeah.
It's a bird because of the birds tending to be female. Then it will be a bird rather than any other animal.
Was it already existing thing though at the time Isaiah was written?
Yeah, of course, demons in general exist in the Middle East till since, cannot even date it. Whenever you find a cuneiform tablet, it probably mentions something about a demon.
It's Yeah, and it's when they did the old Greek translation in the 3rd century BC, the rabbis translated it as the donkey rider, which is the common iconography for Lilith, like the pagan.
Really?
She was associated with crib death.
Yeah, that much I knew.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting.
So, just to resolve the topic of the stream, Joel Webbon isn't a Christian, so you don't have to worry about it.
We never got to it, so I don't even know what you're talking about, but never mind.
You're looking quite Hasidish, Father Stephen, except your hair is way too long for a Hasid. You have a blurit, as the Talmud would call it. Yeah. I got very, very upset at the people who started fighting about whether Mormons are Christians or not today. Because even if you want to make that fight, today's not the day to do that.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It sort of doesn't matter. Like if it was a mosque, like, okay, Muslims aren't Christians. So
no, but it is
like, I mean, I don't understand why it's even a germane question.
I hear you, but it's also a little worse than that, because I am pretty sure they got attacked because they are Christians.
I don't.
That is.
I wouldn't be surprised
yes.
to find out. I don't know. I would not assume.
Okay.
There's been a lot of assuming with assassins lately that hasn't turned out to be correct. So I would not assume in this case. He's just as likely to be some kind of crazy Protestant fringe group that hates Mormons, right? Like,
oh, you think so?
Could be. I don't know. Maybe he thought it would get him a date with Jodie Foster. I don't know. Like,
there is the Jodie Foster thing.
Yeah.
But I think the latest wave has been.
Everybody assumes there's going to be some rational answer. And somebody and something we can blame other than the person themselves, and maybe severe mental illness. And that's rarely the case.
That's true, except right now we are going through a rash of actual instigated political violence.
Well, I don't know how much of that's true.
I am very worried about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't see any signs of organization around anything yet. I mean, there's a copycat thing that always happens. Somebody does something and gets publicity, and so then someone else, right? You know.
Yeah, but you've heard of the term stochastic terror.
Yeah.
It's not a completely worthless term. When you have politicians who are, I mean, we went through this in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah.
Weather Underground and the Symbionese army.
Sure.
Right. And we seem to be at that same point where I think, let's put it this way. Governor Newsom has not been dialing down the temperature.
Nobody has been. There is no one who is dialing down the temperature, Jacob.
I was very impressed with Erica Kirk's speech. I thought that was.
I tend to read both parties the way you read the Democrats. I'm being honest. I think you are. I don't know what the right word is, because naive is not the right word.
Biased?
Not the right word. No, it's not even. It's not bias. I think you assume good faith on the part of people that agree with you, and you assume bad faith on part of some people who don't, and I think it's bad faith all around. I'm very jaded. No. I'm very jaded about all this stuff.
I am very jaded as well, but the polls are in. What percentage of Democrats will say that violence is? I
don't care about Democrats.
Why don't you care?
Because people who are actually registered as Democrats or Republicans are a minority of people in the United States.
Correct.
Taken together are a minority of people.
That's not true. That's not true. A majority of people are Republican or Democrats.
Registered?
Yes.
They're registered as Republicans.
Yes.
I'm going to look that up. I don't think it's true.
Do you want? We can pull up Grok if you want.
Well, the majority of people don't vote. So
this is definitely true.
I don't know that the majority of people are registered to vote. And people registered as a Republican or a Democrat are a subset of people registered to vote.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, fewer people vote than people who are registered. This is true.
Yeah.
But very large percentages of the Democratic Party believe that political violence is acceptable. That is worrying.
That doesn't worry me at all.
Why?
Because most Democrats are scared of guns.
I've been talking about this. Yes. I am very, very glad. And
you know what has never radicalized anyone to violence? A Nancy Pelosi speech. Okay? Like, does not happen. So this whole Democrat thing,
I don't think that's true. I do not believe that is true, Father Stephen.
Oh, I absolutely believe that's true. I find it hard to believe anyone sat through an entire Nancy Pelosi speech ever, let alone come away enthusiastic about anything afterwards if they did.
I think that the Democrats becoming increasingly violent is increasingly a problem because if and when Republicans start matching them.
Who's a violent Democrat? I don't think Republicans are particularly violent either. I think most violent people are neither. Their politics lie outside the two parties.
I absolutely hear you. At the same time, let's put it this way. Even Ezra Klein, not my favorite person.
Ezra Klein is an idiot.
He is not an idiot.
Yes, Ezra Klein is an absolute idiot. I could show you 100 leftist YouTube channels ripping him apart.
Of course.
Okay.
Because he's a Republican. Democrat.
He is a Republican.
He is a mainstream Democrat.
There is no distance between him and Mitt Romney.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. There is no distance between him and Mitt Romney. This is very correct. I don't care so much about the fringes. I care more about the mainstream parties and where our society is. And I believe our society is increasingly a type of climate like we had in the 60s and 70s. No, not what we had in the 80s and 90s.
I could agree with that. But I don't think the people doing the violence in the 60s and 70s were Republicans.
Correct. They were Democrats.
You think like
whether
you're aware that the Democrats were the right-wing party in the 60s, right? Martin Luther King Jr. was a Republican. LBJ was a Democrat. The segregationists were all Democrats.
I realize this. I have been of the opinion that since before the Civil War, the party of racism and slavery and extrajudicial killings was and continues to be the Democrats.
Yes, the Republicans
for the past 150 years. Yes, for the past 150 years. Continuing to today, the Democrats remain the party of slavery, racism, and political violence.
The Republicans, however, are no longer leftists. No.
I think
Donald Trump is not a leftist.
changed that. Yeah, he kind of.
Okay. No.
Yeah,
You think he's to the left? He's to the left of Mitt Romney.
Correct.
Trump is.
Yes.
Okay, well then we just define right and left completely differently.
I don't understand by what measure you could possibly think Donald Trump is more conservative than Mitt Romney.
I didn't say conservative. I didn't say conservative. I said farther to the right.
That's right and left.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Liberalism
yeah,
is a centrist political tradition.
Correct.
Which there is within liberalism,
yes,
conservatism and progressivism.
So
okay?
as
the right wing is to the right of the liberal tradition. The left wing is to the left of the liberal tradition.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So Donald Trump is to the right of the liberal tradition. I don't think he is a conservative at all.
He,
he's to the right of that.
So as my poli-sci 110 professor at USC taught me in 1997, the United States used to have its entire political spectrum be a very narrow sliver of liberalism. That continued to be true, I would say, until around 2015, when we started having spurts of people like Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump who started moving the posts outside of what was classical liberalism.
Yeah.
Right?
But not that much.
Not that much, but
Bernie's a little to the left of it and Trump's a little to the right of it.
Yeah, I don't know.
2016. In 2016.
I'm not so
what is leftist about Donald Trump? Because he's definitely a capitalist, right? So we could take that whole element of the left off.
Yeah, are you sure he's a capitalist?
Yes, I'm absolutely sure he's a capitalist. I'm absolutely sure he's a capitalist.
What percent? Didn't he take 10% of Intel or something recently for the government?
How is that not capitalist?
That's not capitalist. That's
state capitalism.
It's
state capitalism is still capitalism.
No, state capitalism is not capitalism. State capitalism
yes,
is socialism.
No, it's not. Socialism is when the workers control the means of production. Jacob, look it up in a dictionary.
And if they do so through a democratic state?
So I somehow have part of Intel? I'm not aware that I was getting any money from Intel.
Donald Trump certainly isn't getting any of the money from Intel.
Huh?
Donald Trump isn't getting the money from Intel.
No, but my point is the workers aren't. The Intel workers didn't get 10%
the
of
United
Intel. That would be socialism. That's what socialism is.
The United States now owns 10% of Intel.
Yes, that's not socialism. That's state capitalism.
Like I said,
that's Bingism in China, which is moving away from communism and socialism.
If you want to call it fascism, I am perfectly fine with that. I wouldn't call it capitalism.
I wasn't going to call Donald Trump a fascist, but if you want to, go ahead.
In the same way that the Norwegian model is the Scandinavian model of economics is fascist. Yeah, this is very they're
social democrats. They're just like
social democracy.
They're not democratic socialists. They're social democrats.
The tripartite corporatist model is ultimately fascist.
Sure.
Okay. I mean, yes, I know enough about this stuff to I am not in any way a tanky for Donald Trump. I very much would like to see the United States survive for the rest of my life.
But I could give you a list of places where Trump is to the right of Ronald Reagan.
Sure.
I could give you immigration being a big one.
I mean, if
he is way to the right of Ronald Reagan on immigration.
Correct.
Yes.
Ronald Reagan was a classical liberal.
Yeah, he was. He was a gun grabber. Yeah, he was like
he was a classical liberal. Yeah. I mean, look,
the party flipped on him. He was an FDR Democrat and basically stayed the same in terms of his thinking. Just the parties flipped.
For someone who actually knows what the term fascist and socialist,
yes,
what you're someone who actually knows what you're talking about, which makes it very hard to speak to you in common terms.
Yeah,
and I am perfectly okay with that.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
But when it comes down to it, my concern is the possibility of civil war, which unfortunately,
I don't think the worry is the Democrats. Because the Democrats are completely ineffectual. They can't accomplish anything.
Right. So I am
deliberately stay out of power in Congress because they don't know how to govern when they are in power.
I am worried about the reaction to their incompetence.
Right. That's what you need to worry about.
I am.
You need to worry about the people who don't vote, the people who aren't registered with the party. Those are the people. Yes.
The reaction, I am definitely more worried about what will happen because I realize that the reaction, guess what? They're coming after the Jew in Los Angeles first. Right.
I don't know about first, but you're on the list.
Yeah, I'm on the list. Yes. Yes.
I think liberal university professors, they might get to before you because there are some closer.
My passport says Tehran, Iran as birthplace.
That doesn't help.
I am not in a very comfortable position. Let's put it this way. I did actually buy a shotgun, which I am not a gun person. I have fired this thing twice in my life. Okay.
Took Joe Biden's advice on home defense.
A shotgun is the best.
It is, bro. Yeah. I remember when he said that, all of these like right-wing folks who just had to hate him because he was a Democrat were like poo-pooing that. And I'm like, no, that's actually really good.
I'm not sure anybody. I don't know who poo-pooed it. It wasn't in my circles.
I'm like, that's before he went senile, you know. So I don't know what he would tell you now, but
look, I bought a shotgun because things are not doing well in this country right now.
Yeah,
it bothers me very much.
Yeah, the problem is all the people who aren't voting because they realize that it doesn't matter.
Oh, look.
And when they feel like there's nothing they can do to change things,
that's when you have to worry.
The violence starts.
I completely understand and agree with you. Yeah. I don't think we're that far apart in our understanding of the situation.
Yeah.
I still think it would be a lot better if Gavin Newsom wasn't stoking the fires that he is right now.
Gavin Newsom right now is the front runner for the Democratic presidential nomination because of that.
I know that.
So he's not going to stop.
I just tweeted that out today. Was somebody said he's losing the presidential, and I'm like, no, he's actually he's doing this because he's
the only one on the Democratic side who looks like he's actually trying to do anything.
Oh, this shutdown is going to blow up in the Democrats' faces like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah. And if he's, if he's running against JD Vance, he has half a chance because JD Vance does not have Trump's charisma.
Whoever
he doesn't have a fraction of it.
Whoever is the Democratic nominee will have a chance.
Yes.
It doesn't matter. They could run Kamala again. And she would have a chance.
I don't know about that, but yeah,
she would have a chance. She would have more.
I'll send you the interview she just did with Rachel Maddow, and you tell me after that.
I did hear it.
Okay.
and yes, I am pretty sure that Rachel Maddow will no longer be. I'm sure Rachel Maddow will no longer allow Kamala Harris to be the nominee of the Democratic Party.
I mean, when Rachel Maddow is getting hostile with you in an interview, and you're a Democrat, like,
yeah, you're dead.
You've blown it somewhere. Like,
yeah. But whoever the Democratic nominee is will have more of a chance than, for example, Curtis Sliwa does in New York.
Well, yeah. Because JD Vance. I mean, JD Vance's best case scenario is he manages to ride the Trump coattails like Bush Sr. rode Reagan's. I think it's a similar situation. Like, Reagan was super charismatic. George W. not so much.
I would be very surprised if he doesn't have challenges for the primary.
Well, I mean, I think JD Vance is going to have Trump as VP.
That's not possible.
No,
I thought under the Constitution you're not allowed.
No, that's not legal. No.
Okay.
No. Yeah. No, but if Trump is still healthy and stuff,
he might be the kingmaker. Yeah.
Right. If he's he will at the end of his term be able to play kingmaker.
Maybe.
If he's so motivated, he can get Vance the nomination, I think.
I'm not so sure about that.
It'll depend on how healthy he is. If he's able to go hold rallies for Vance and stuff, that's what I'm talking about. Like, if he's able to get out there.
If he's holding rallies, that would help. I don't.
In the Republican primary.
Honestly,
is there?
Honestly, I think
there's embarrassed themselves and who Trump didn't bury. Trump buried a lot of the field on his way up.
I
Marco Rubio's a joke because of Trump now.
I think
Ted Cruz is a joke now because of Trump.
DeSantis is going to run.
DeSantis. I'll give you DeSantis.
DeSantis is going to run. I actually think Stephen Miller might run.
I think he's even more of a charisma vacuum than JD Vance, though.
Oh no, people love him. The people who love him love him. The Trumpers love him. Even the Groypers love him. They're like,
well, I don't know.
The only Jew we love.
Brag about that, but yeah, I don't know about Stephen Miller's chance in general election territory. I don't know.
General,
maybe the primary. He could be a threat in the primary. I think you're right. He could do well in the primary.
That's what I'm talking.
The general election, I don't see him doing super well.
Whoever wins the Republican nomination it's the same thing. Whoever wins the Democratic nomination has a chance, and whoever wins the Republican nomination has a chance.
Yeah.
So the question becomes, who can win the nomination?
Yeah.
I mean, I think JD Vance with Trump's endorsement would be able to ride the coattails enough to get it to the general.
Yeah. If Trump is so inclined, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes either. If Trump would even want to endorse him by that time, right? Like.
Yeah, I would be surprised if there isn't somebody who comes out of the woodwork somewhere, and there's always somebody who comes out of the woodwork in the primaries who does okay. Especially,
let's not pretend the primaries are real either, right? Like,
they're not.
There are kingmakers behind the scenes who pick. You know?
Obviously, the billionaires have a huge stake in it. Yes. Yeah. There's no question about that.
Yeah, that's so.
I think
it's more true on the Democrat side because of the way they have things set up with superdelegates.
Tulsi Gabbard
straight out cheat, but
Tulsi Gabbard, I think, might also run.
Republican or Democrat?
Republican.
Okay.
I get laughed out of the room on the Democratic side at this point.
Yeah. Well, I wonder if DeSantis's ego is too big to accept a vice presidential position. If
he'll take it, he'll take it.
Yeah, he would.
He's young enough that it's just a stepping stone to being president.
Yeah.
Then I guess that's what I hope. I hope there's like a Vance DeSantis ticket. I think that would be the best shot for the Republicans.
I find that unlikely, though, because what they tend to do with vice presidential picks is they try to make up for the perceived deficits of the presidential candidate, right? Yeah. So Obama was supposed to be too inexperienced and too far to the left, ha ha ha,
I voted for Obama because he was to the right of John McCain.
Exactly. But that was the perception, right? Yeah. And so who do you get? You get Joe Biden, right? The oldest, crustiest establishment, like conservative Democrat you can find, and you make him the VP.
Yep.
Like that was the deal with Pence the first time Trump ran, right? They said Trump's lifestyle choices might not be so popular with evangelical Christians. So let's get a guy with some evangelical Christian bona fides.
Let's get a guy who won't even have dinner alone with a woman.
Yes. Who has all the charisma of a wooden Indian, so Trump won't feel threatened by him ever at all.
Right after the assassination attempt, he named JD Vance. I was like, this is vice president life insurance, because guess what?
Bibliology did stink.
The CIA, the only person the CIA hates more than Donald Trump is JD Vance.
Yeah. It is weird that there was no silverware in the assassin's apartment. You can look that up. It's true.
I have heard of this, but he was also a young man, and so
but no silverware. Not like what one fork that he kept washing and left in the sink. Like zero.
How many young men do you know?
Okay, look. I said I had like one fork and one spoon and one knife, and I left them in the sink all the time and rinsed them off and reused them.
Yeah,
but I had silverware. Right? When you're eating ice cream straight out the tub,
yeah,
right? You got to have the spoon. I'm not saying you should have had a formal china set. I'm just,
I get it. At the same time, I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility.
It's just weird. It's odd.
It is.
It's odd.
Yeah. 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 But yeah, there's only one person in the world that I think the CIA, the intelligence community hates more than Donald Trump, and that would be JD Vance, because of his Palantir connections.
But honestly, if it ends up being JD Vance and Gavin Newsom, I don't think it matters which one of them gets elected. I'm just being honest. I think there won't be a lick of difference between what they do in office.
The Supreme Court nominations will definitely be different.
Not necessarily. Well, it'll be different people. Whether it'll work out any differently. How many they'll even get to do, we don't know.
I mean, no. See, that's the thing. Sotomayor should have, she's not the healthiest person in the world.
No.
Kagan really has been, she seems to be
so it goes from 6'3" to 8'1". I don't see how that makes a huge difference. Or if it goes or if it stays 6'3".
I personally was incredibly happy that Roe v. Wade was overturned. I thought that needed to be overturned.
Yeah. I and exactly what I predicted happened.
Oh yeah, no. So the
abortion laws got more liberal on the West Coast and the Northeast, and everywhere else they got tightened.
Well, that was that. I mean, yeah, I was expecting that, and that's what But it needed to get out of the Supreme Court,
and that yes. See, this is this ambivalent discussion because of course. I consider abortion to be immoral, but if we're having a political discussion, right, your average Republican does not care. They just want to be able to run on it at the state level.
Same thing.
It's more useful to them as an electoral issue. Same thing with the Democrats, yes, as an electoral issue at the state level than it was at the national level.
And I mean, my view on abortion is far more liberal than yours.
Yes,
I'm sure.
Yeah. But so. I see again. This is the jaded thing again with I don't think either. When we're talking about politicians, I don't think any of them care. They just see it as an electoral issue.
I honestly do not understand people who like say they trust politicians. I like, why would you say such a thing?
I have a bridge to sell you.
I have very cautiously, with the memory that I made the incredibly stupid decision to somewhat trust Francis Crick was actually Francis Crick, wasn't it? Francis Collins was a Christian. Like, I thought, oh, this man's actually a Christian. I put some degree of trust in him, and I am making the exact same mistake with Jay Bhattacharya, thinking that maybe he deserves a tiny modicum of trust because I actually do think he's an actual Christian. I still feel dirty about that. And and
even if they're a sincere Christian, that doesn't mean they're going to be any good at governing.
No, but I
think Jimmy Carter was a fairly sincere Christian, but a horrible, horrible president.
Okay, don't get me started on Carter.
Yeah,
well, you realize I was born in Iran in 19.
No, I know. I said horrible, horrible president. I'm talking about just his personal religious beliefs. I think he was sincere in his personal religious beliefs. He taught Sunday school and stuff, but he was awful at the job.
He was, yeah.
He did horrible things while president.
Yeah.
He got led around, I think, by a lot of bad advisors because he didn't really know what he was doing, and he was in over his head.
Yeah, but I mean, I was very, very surprised when I read the email from Francis Collins saying we need to destroy Jay Bhattacharya for speaking what are normal truths during COVID, and that was like, oh wow, I thought you were more of a Christian than that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could trust him in certain senses. Like, you can trust Trump to be kind of a narcissist. Just about anybody who runs for president is a narcissist at some level, right?
Why would you
kind of have to be?
Okay,
right?
if you actually care about your family, why would you ever put them through that? If you actually think you love your own kids, right? Why would you put your wife and kids through that?
Yeah.
And that's why, like, JD Vance, like, he seems like an okay guy. He doesn't love his kids more than he loves himself.
No. He's also, you could talk to me about his Catholic morality all you want, and then he gets in bed with Peter Thiel, right? Like,
Peter Thiel's actually very Catholic. Peter Thiel
does not abide by a Roman Catholic sexual ethic, shall we say?
Depends which Roman Catholic you ask.
Well, other than Pope Francis and maybe the current one.
Pope Francis. He is not more Catholic than the Pope. Yeah, you are correct. I'm not sure he's less Catholic than the Pope. But in college, he was a student of Rene Girard, and he takes that very seriously.
Yeah. No, I know. He's
a very serious Girard.
He's giving his lectures on the Antichrist, which is sort of like O.J. Simpson's "If I Did It," right? Like,
you two, S2, Father Stephen, really?
I don't trust anybody that rich.
Okay, so
I'm gonna wonder what's going on because I don't trust Soros. I don't trust the surviving Koch brother. The
difference is I have several friends, people I consider friends, who are close friends with Peter Thiel.
Okay, I still don't trust anybody that rich.
It's
impossible to be a moral person and be a billionaire. from the perspective of Christian morality. Yes, it is.
I understand where you would say that. I think if you knew Peter Thiel a little bit better, you might have different views about his character.
Doubt it.
It's possible. I don't know the man himself. I've only met him twice.
I mean, I can't endorse his sexual morality. I can't endorse. Right? I can't endorse being a billionaire. Right? These are like Rubicon. You realize usury is a sin for Christians, right?
You don't have to endorse anything about the man. Nobody asked for your imprimatur, right? No. I'm not sure I would get your imprimatur either in my life. Right.
No, but I mean, it's not about imprimatur. It's like, this is basic, like, moral stuff. Like
Peter Thiel was forced out of the closet. You know that.
Okay.
I think that makes a difference.
The point is,
that makes a difference.
Right, when you come out and you want to convince me that you're a faithful Roman Catholic,
yeah,
and you are in violation of the sexual teachings of your church,
okay,
apparently unrepentantly, he doesn't want to apologize for it or something, or say this is a personal struggle that I'm dealing with, right? Like it's living his life, right, for good or for ill. He's living his life. Right? And when you're a billionaire,
yeah,
and usury is a sin according to your church,
yeah,
supposedly, okay, and you bankroll candidates who want to stand on traditional Christian morals publicly and family values and all this stuff, which are at conflict with how you're living your life personally. That tells me a lot about not only your sincerity, but the sincerity of the people who are taking your money.
Yeah. Well, so Father
it makes me question what the real goals of everyone down that chain are, and if they have anything to do with what they claim those goals are.
How much Rene Girard have you read?
A lot, actually.
Would you agree with me that he's a Girardian?
When he comes and gives his public speeches and stuff, right? Like, yeah, that's the vein of his.
Yeah, but even I mean, I don't think
it's a kind of Girardian structuralism thing.
Yeah, I don't think Girard is like your prototypical like believing in an agentic God type theist.
Right. He's not a good Catholic either. Yeah.
Okay. So, yes, I understand that. And that's why I say I think Thiel is a Girardian, and he's Catholic in the sense that Rene Girard was a Catholic, which you could definitely argue he's not.
Right. But the point of this was not me running down Peter Thiel. The point of this was J.D. Vance's whole Senate campaign was bankrolled by Peter Thiel.
Correct.
Okay. You look at the rhetoric of J.D. Vance's Senate campaign.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those things aren't actually things that Peter Thiel endorses.
Where he called Trump Hitler.
Well, like, sure, all kinds of things.
I am aware of this stuff.
Yes. So that tells me that there is something else going on here. There's some other reason Peter Thiel is giving him money, and there's something else J.D. Vance is trying to do that's not related to his rhetoric.
Right? Okay, like I think human beings are maybe a little bit more complicated than you seem to be painting them out to be.
No, I'm saying there's all kinds of cognitive dissonance, but I'm saying politicians, what they're actually trying to do and what they say they're trying to do are very frequently not the same thing.
Correct. Yes. Okay. You will get zero argument from me.
So I'm saying that about JD Vance, and I'm saying the fact that he's being bankrolled by someone who would oppose his rhetoric is evidence of the fact that what JD Vance is actually trying to accomplish with that money, and that Peter Thiel knows this, is something other than JD Vance's rhetoric.
So Peter Thiel has always been, from my paying attention to him, has been very strategic in his. That's why he supported Trump in 2016. He didn't in 2020, and he did again in 2024.
Yeah. I think his main goal is to be richer.
I don't think that's his main goal.
I think that's his main goal, is to be richer.
If anything, I think he definitely believes that power better resides in his hands than anybody else's, which already is something I think
is incredibly narcissistic. Yes,
yeah. But I don't think.
But he's a billionaire, so we knew that. Anyone who's a billionaire is a narcissist. Yes. Jeff Bezos, narcissist. Bill Gates, narcissist. Yeah.
He certainly would have stopped trying to earn more money a long time ago. If
yeah.
I
reached the point where he couldn't spend it all before he died. You know, you'd think you'd just enjoy it the rest of your life at that point.
Well, he's not planning on dying.
That's some more narcissism for you. But yeah,
there's definitely things which I would say I would call from afar. It seems there are traumas in his psyche that of certain types, like George Soros. I think he was traumatized by World War II.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going around. Yeah,
there's a lot of that going around, and
he was traumatized by World War II. That's a lot of why he invaded Ukraine. People don't want to talk about it, but the trauma of World War II is definitely living in our days. Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Like multiple close relatives of Putin were killed in the siege of Leningrad.
Yeah. I mean, look.
He really does hate Nazis. Like, he really does want to kill all the Nazis in Ukraine. Like,
yeah. No. And look, I mean, as somebody living in the Jewish community, the traumas of World War II is something I definitely think Germany needs to get over, and I definitely think the Jewish community needs to get over. But yeah, it's actually not that long ago.
Yeah,
it really isn't. Yeah.
So for those ones, but hey, you know, I mean, I'm not going to say I'm against Nazis dying in the Ukraine.
I mean, I don't know how many.
If somebody has to die in Ukraine,
it's better
if
the
Azov battalion, right? Like, if we could pick who it is.
Yeah,
like,
but
let it be the Nazis.
Yeah, but thank God I don't get to pick who dies.
Yeah, me neither. But I'm just, you know,
yeah, I
if you had to, right?
I get it.
That's everybody with a Bandera picture in their house, right? If I had to pick, they'd be the top of the list.
So, moral of the story: politics is temporary, God is eternal.
Is that the moral of the story?
No, it's that Joel Webbon isn't a Christian.
Oh,
that's the moral of the stream, at least.
By what standard?
By what standard would he be a Christian?
He claims he's a Christian.
Oh, so it's like being a woman. You just identify as it, and then that's it.
Self-identification is how most people do most things.
So anybody who identifies as a Jew is Jewish?
I was actually going to talk about the Black Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of trans Jews out there who I don't know if you'd want to embrace.
So this was going to be the topic of my spiel. Is I do think as a Christian, internally to Christian theology, Christians have to have some concept of who they believe are Jews. But
then you have to delineate Christians.
Correct.
And that's the problem, is they won't let me get the trademark where I can stop Joel Webbon from using the term.
Look, so internally, I think any Christian has to decide what it means to be a Jew, what it means to be a Christian, and is it possible to be a Jewish Christian? And that's something each Christian has to figure out for themselves.
You're such a Protestant.
No, I'm a Jew. I don't get
each Christian. That's what? Protestantism. That's not historical Christianity. Historical Christianity, you don't get to decide what you believe on all kinds of different issues. The church has teachings, and if you reject them, you're outside of it.
I, as a Jew, am not going to make that decision.
Well, we made that decision. This is the problem. We made that decision. We threw out the Marcionites like 1,800 years ago.
Yeah, you threw out the.
We said these are not Christians. They're out. They're done.
You also.
Okay.
Who are the people I like? Was it Sabellians? Who are the Unitarians?
In the pages of the New Testament, the apostles are talking about false teachers and throw them out. Okay. Christians have been determining the boundaries of Christianity and ruling people to be outside of it since the very beginning.
Okay? You guys are welcome to make whatever decision you would like.
Protestants, right?
Yeah.
Just ignore what the church has said. So if you want to be a Protestant and be a Marcionite, right? I can't stop them from calling themselves a Christian. I can point out, we ruled on this. I can't stop William Lane Craig from calling himself a Christian.
He's got a whole new Trinity.
Exactly. Like he believes not one word of the Nicene Creed, but I can't stop him from calling himself a Christian. So a lot of times when you say, oh, Christians don't agree about this, I say, you're wrong, Jacob. Christians do agree about that. You're just lumping in a whole bunch of people who aren't actually Christians. I could say Jews don't agree about anything by lumping in everyone who calls themselves a Jew.
Hey, as long as we have those Black Hebrew Israelites in Dimona.
Not even that, just the conservative Jews and some of the Reformed Jews.
Oh God!
I can sit here and say that the Jews don't all agree that Moses existed.
This is very true,
right? Like that's kind of a basic thing in Judaism.
While I agree with you, there are people. Have we discussed open orthodoxy yet? Have you heard of open orthodoxy?
That's a contradiction in terms, but go ahead.
So open orthodoxy was trying until very recently. I mean, they've got. My hope is they've been completely rebuked, but even as much as 15 years ago, there were newspapers in Israel referring to the open Orthodox as Orthodox Jews, and they were ordaining women, and I think it was when they started doing the gay marriages that everybody went, no.
That's marriages? I knew they ordained women. I didn't know they do gay marriages.
I believe that's when people went, okay, forget you guys. We're not even discussing this anymore. Which I hope the open Orthodox are no longer a thing. But who am I to tell people? Like, nobody listens to me anyway.
No, but they could listen to Maimonides, you know.
Maimonides is pretty controversial.
And the Council of Constantinople. They don't have to listen to Father Stephen.
You realize Maimonides is still very controversial in the Jewish community, right? We don't settle controversies very often.
Let me just say, I'm more Jewish than a lot of these people.
I would agree with you.
I believe that Moses received the Torah from God on Mount Sinai. Okay, like I believe it.
As I keep
I've got a whole bunch of
people,
those that I agree with.
As I keep on telling people, Father Stephen is a Judaizer, regardless of what he says. The man is a Judaizer. I have the T-shirt right here. It says, "Be a Pharisee, Father Stephen."
Yeah. That shipped that pretty quick. That's
it's been here for a few days. Yeah,
they're probably trying to get him to people before the conference this week. Which I am kind of bummed that you're not going to be there, because honestly, the only thing I really enjoyed about the first one was hanging out with you.
Well, I did bring 2 handles of alcohol.
That helped, but I mean, it lubricated the whole situation. But you know, that was
yeah.
So now it's just gonna be people simping at me and stuff, and me trying to hide.
What can I say?
So, yeah, but Joel Webbon, you know, he got thrown out of the church he was a pastor of, right?
Apparently, he was sleeping with a congregant.
Well, I'm going to say allegedly.
He doesn't deny it.
He was under discipline, meaning they were in the process of excommunicating him, and he just left.
Yeah.
So they put out a public statement. This guy is excommunicated. So he went to Texas and started his own church, which, you know, John Oliver did too. And I'm sure both churches are equally legitimate.
Who's John Oliver?
The British HBO host. Last Week Tonight.
He started his own church? What?
As a joke, because he was talking about how you could just go and file the paperwork and declare yourself a church. So to prove how easy it was, he went and did it. Like,
okay. Yeah.
And start receiving donations. So I'm sure they're equally valid. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
His church is a church like Church's Chicken is a church. Like, that's...
Church's Chicken.
Yeah. So that's... Yeah, I mean, I think people need to stop being so cowardly about that.
Calling people not Christians?
Just pointing out that people who aren't Christians aren't Christians. Yes.
Would you agree to the same thing for calling people who are not Jews not Jews?
I mean, I generally, I will tell people by Orthodox standards, you're not Jewish. I do that.
And you do point out some phony rabbis from time to time.
Yeah, but that's usually when they're I mean,
self-proclaimed rabbis.
Well,
that kind of thing.
So the 3 people I generally talk about the most publicly are Yaron Reuven. He did get ordained. He's not respected by anybody except for his good friend Mizrahi. What's Mizrahi's
Yosef Mizrahi.
Yosef Mizrahi. Yosef Mizrahi also did get ordained. And unfortunately, he's more respected by some people I don't respect at all than I would like. But he's, again, yeah, like Rabbi Wein, God rest his soul. He passed away recently. He was very, very reluctant to ever condemn anyone ever. He issued a condemnation of Yosef Mizrahi. Like he was the I don't condemn anyone person.
Yes, I judge no one except this one guy.
Yes.
He is beyond the pale. Yeah.
Yes. That was very much Rabbi Wein. Rabbi Wein's whole thing was like, I'm not saying. He didn't say Yosef Mizrahi. He was like, no, that guy. And that's why I feel perfectly fine calling out Yosef Mizrahi. There's another person,
David Wolpe.
Oh, he's conservative. He's not even. We're not even talking about that.
It goes without saying.
Yeah, like reform and conservative. We're like, what do you like?
Conservative Judaism is the most ironically named group, like I think in the history of.
Well, they named themselves in contradistinction to reform.
I know, but still, like
yeah. Like when they named themselves 150 years ago.
It's like Christian Scientists are like the grape nuts of religion.
Right.
Like grape nuts has no grapes and no nuts. And like Christian Scientists are not Christians and not scientists.
Definitely not scientists. No.
Is the third person you're talking about Yitzhak Ginsburg?
I wasn't going to say his name.
Okay.
Very unfortunately, he is widely, way too many people ask about him, listen to him, etc. And the man is unfortunate.
Yeah. I mean, did you watch the thing I sent in Discord?
Nope.
Okay. It was actually a good lecture, because it was pretty apolitical.
Look, I used to actually go to his lectures when he used to come to Los Angeles. And I was wondering why all the rabbis that I know and trust would just shut up anytime anybody brought his name up. And I'd be like, oh, Rabbi Ginsburg is speaking. And they would say, that's nice.
Huh.
And I would be like, what do you mean? Nothing. And this was a good 20 years ago.
Yeah. That is the best mode of shade throwing, though. Like you have complete deniability, but you have effectively thrown shade. Like,
yes. But this was a good 20 years ago. And then was it 10, 15 years ago that he started saying things which frankly let's put it this way, if he were to run for a member of Knesset in Israel 10, 15 years ago, they would have kicked him out of the Knesset. Would they still do that today? No, because we have ministers who say such things. But there was a time when the state of Israel would kick people out of the Knesset for saying such things. Whatever. No comments. I don't get to vote. It's not my state.
But yeah, I mean, to me, pointing out that these people aren't Christians, right? This is like, I mean, I was alive at 9/11, right? And it behooved every Muslim, right? Like all of a sudden, every Muslim had to come out and denounce, right? You know, no, those aren't real Muslims. No, those aren't real. So I view this as my duty. Part of my duty as a Christian. But there are people out there publicly claiming to be Christians and not being Christians to point out this is not Christianity.
What I hope has been perfectly clear anytime anybody has brought up Yitzhak Ginsburg is that this man does not teach Torah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
So yes, I have no problem saying Joel Webbon isn't a Christian. I have no problem saying that. Like on several counts, right? I mean, he literally got excommunicated, so that like de facto, right? Like he got thrown out of a church. So, but yeah, there's actually several measures.
Okay.
Yeah. So Mormons being Christians depends on how you define it. There are some definitions where they are, right? If by Christian you mean like someone who attempts to follow the teachings of Jesus as they understand them, right? By that definition, Mormons are Christians, right? Like that's so there are definitions. Joel Webbon, I don't think there are any definitions that fit, but like Mormons, there are some, and then there are others that don't, right? If you define it by the Nicene Creed, then they're not, right? Like if you define it by, you know, not being polytheists, then you know they're not. But
well, I have to say, I mean, when it comes down to it, when the worst thing that South Park can say about you is that you're too nice.
well, yeah, I mean, if you're talking about like they use the term Christian in Britain just to be like proper. Like, or a good person, right? And by that definition, yes, they are, right? Like, by that definition, they are, right? So, yeah, there are definitions, right?
I am perfectly happy with the definition of Christian, which means a nice, faithful person. Not, and I don't mean kumbaya nice.
Right, yeah.
Right. I mean nice as in if someone were trying to kill you, they would try to stop that person from killing you.
Yes. Yes.
That's nice.
They are trying to live a moral life.
Yes.
They don't think doing that means you go to hell. They just ruled out all the evangelicals. Anyway.
Yes, they are not people who hear, I want to stop wars so I could get into heaven and think this man can't be a Christian.
Yes, this is the unforgivable sin.
Yes.
That's wanting to be a peacemaker.
Yeah.
Not like Jesus said those people are blessed or anything.
Okay, I have to say, so I was reading, I don't know if you noticed earlier today, I was reading Maimonides' laws of repentance. Yeah. And he was he goes on at length about how foolish Calvinists are. And part of what he says is that it is not right for anyone to do mitzvot because they want reward, but you're supposed to do it out of love of God alone. But most people are too foolish for that. And it's better if they do it because they think they will have lots of reward, etc., than not to do it at all. And it would be really, really nice if people would acknowledge that, yes, while it would be definitely better if people were to do the good because doing good is good, not because they want to get to heaven, I will definitely take doing good because you want to get to heaven over not doing good.
Yeah, well, yeah. That's you may have heard on Lord of Spirits why sincerity is overrated rant.
I probably have, yeah.
I would much rather have people do the right thing even though they're not really feeling it.
Yeah.
Than, act in accordance with their feelings and be super sincere about the horrible things they do.
Correct. I agree.
There are a lot of bad people who are really sincere.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, go ahead and be a phony. But yeah, Calvinism is even more warped than that because they think doing good things to please God is bad.
Well, I mean, one of the things as I was reading Maimonides, he pointed out was if you believe that God decides whether you're a good person or a bad person, then there's no point whatsoever in reading the Bible.
Well, yeah.
Like,
there's not a lot of point in doing much of anything.
Yeah. It's like, if God decided who's good and bad, then why does the Bible tell you to do good and not bad?
I don't know. It's a good question to me. Like Christ, Jesus says, if you love me, you will keep my commandments. That seems straightforward to me. Seems like if you're not interested in keeping the commandments, you don't actually love him.
One of my few actual graphics, Conversations with Calvinist Jesus. Master, what must I do to inherit eternal life? Nothing, as I've assigned you to hell.
Yeah. The answer to what must I do to be saved is literally never nothing.
Yeah. I hate debating free will, to be honest.
Anywhere in the New Testament.
Yeah. Okay, people in the audience, of which there are a few, if you have questions, things you want Father Stephen to address, say them soon, or I will be shutting off this stream before midnight, certainly.
I was kind of going to derail, but Father Stephen prevented that. So thank you, Father Stephen.
Okay.
You really are really are full of hesed.
Full of chesed. Don't all the Eastern Orthodox are going to think you just insulted him.
I've been called full of a lot of things, but that one's a first.
I can't speak for Jacob. I think he would back me up on this.
I believe Father Stephen is full of chesed. Yes, I do believe so. I certainly hope so. Yeah,
I'd like to be.
You mean Father, you are not totally depraved, Father Stephen?
I mean, part of my Calvinist upbringing was it did kind of apply at a few stages in my life, right? Like, I wasn't ready to say that about everybody, but I mean, me personally. You didn't know me back before I was a Christian.
I did not. I have a very hard time believing you were totally depraved.
Totally in the 80s sense.
Totally.
Like, totally, dude.
Totally. Yeah, I don't think in my worst of days. I mean, there are certain things I certainly think I'm going to burn for, but I don't know that I would ever say I was totally depraved.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on what you mean by it too, right? So there's like different definitions.
That you hate God,
right? Yeah. No, I was never there. There's some sort of more moderate Calvinists who will say that, like, well, that just means that there's no element of your humanity that remains untouched by sin. And I've been that at a few points where there was some element of sin in pretty much everything I was doing, not the worst possible, right? But, some tinge,
There was hate in your heart.
Yeah, I mean, not for like lots of people, but maybe one or two at certain times. That was in my misspent youth.
What did Jimmy Carter famously say? I lust in my heart.
Oh yeah, something like that. Yeah.
He was a Baptist, right?
Yeah, he was a Southern Baptist. Taught Sunday school and everything.
Don McD in chat asked, can we get Father Stephen's opinion on the pronomian Christians I just discovered today?
Oh, so Don spends way too much time with what you call trans Jews.
Okay. Yes.
As I understand it, she found a group which I guess they're basically They're what do they call them? Hebrew roots types?
Messianic Jews?
Yeah, but there's a specific type who believe that they need to be Torah observant. So these people call themselves pronomians.
Okay, even though they're not Jewish.
Well, I think most of these people think that anybody who is grafted into Israel.
So they're like old school Judaizing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Old school Judaizing.
Like the people St. Paul was mad at in Galatians. Like that's telling Gentiles to get circumcised and keep kosher.
I think so. Yeah.
When they become Christians.
I think that's what. Here, she found a website. This is the website. The first pronomian statement, formerly known as the Rock Hill Statement, made possible by pronomian.org. Preamble. Over the past decades, Christians around the world have been awakening to the validity and ongoing applicability of God's commandments. Many are recognizing the enduring moral authority of God's law.
We just haven't read that closely. Okay, yeah.
Faithfully in light of it. The statement is intended to serve as a standard of doctrinal agreement for future pronomian conferences. Articles. Article 1 canon. We affirm that the 66 book canon, as found in Protestant Bibles and originally produced.
Okay, so they're Protestants, yeah.
Two, nature of God. We affirm that the God of the Bible is the only God and is one being who has existed eternally as three persons, Father, Son, and Spirit. We deny the existence of any eternal being other than God. The Messiah. We affirm.
I have to get into some detail there, but that sounds like some kind of modalism. But anyway, okay.
Really? It seems Trinitarian, no?
Well, it could be
one being three.
That's what I'm saying. I have to ask more questions.
Okay.
To be generous,
yeah,
that might be like a standard Protestant statement of the Trinity, but from an Orthodox perspective, that tends toward modalism.
Okay.
In general, the way they view it.
We affirm that Jesus of Nazareth is God incarnate and the promised Messiah of Israel, Savior of humankind, who gave his life as a propitiation for our sins. This is the gospel.
There you go. Legal substitution. Okay. So they've got all this Protestant stuff, and then they're going to try and smush that together with a quasi-understanding of Judaism.
We deny that Jesus of Nazareth is a created being and unequal with God the Father and God the Spirit. Let's see. Commandments. We affirm that God gave his commandments throughout the Bible as a revelation of moral behavior, and mankind's obedience is still expected. We deny that Christians should reject or ignore God's commandments on account of God's grace.
Yeah, see, I'd want to ask more questions. Because, like, I could agree with that unless they mean, like, Gentiles keeping kosher.
Well, apparently they mean Gentiles keeping the Sabbath. We affirm that the Sabbath day was founded and declared holy at the creation of the world as the seventh day of the week and is to be observed by God's people as a day of rest, worship, and fellowship. We deny that the Sabbath has been changed to any other day or that the commandment to observe the Sabbath is no longer expected.
Yeah, so this shows that these are people who are evangelical Protestants who don't actually understand Christianity or Judaism, frankly.
I
would put together a weird chimera of the two. Like,
I would be very, very surprised if they do not light candles on the Sabbath.
Yeah. To be fair, I don't know if you saw it. I posted a video called The 30 Noahide Laws or something like that, and it did say that there are opinions that are more encouraging to Noahides keeping Shabbat.
Okay. You know, Ephraim Pavlinov is a better man than me. That doesn't mean he knows what he's talking about in everything he says. The Orthodox Jewish position has been for thousands of years that it is completely prohibited for a Gentile, even during conversion, to keep the Sabbath.
In the way Jews keep it.
Correct.
But do these people actually keep it the way Jews keep it?
I hope not for their sakes, because it would be a capital sin otherwise.
See, let me point out here. The Sabbath is a good place to see this about the fact that they don't understand Christianity, right? Not only do they understand Christianity, they only speak English, right?
Yeah.
But if they spoke Spanish, they know Sábado
right.
is Saturday. Christians did not move the Sabbath.
Yeah. Well,
Christians gather for worship on the Lord's Day,
which is Domingo.
Right. Which was originally in addition to Sabbath observance for Jewish Christians.
Yeah.
Right. And then when it came to be predominantly Gentile Christians, those Gentile Christians did not observe the Sabbath. They only observed the Lord's Day. But the Sabbath was still the Sabbath. They just didn't, right, like have their primary worship on it. If they read the canons of the Council of Nicaea, they know that the Sabbath is still regarded as one of the holy days of the week by Christians.
I was very surprised when I heard a Protestant say, we keep the 66 books and the Old Testament according to the Jews because it says the oracles of God were entrusted to the Jews. That was a very...
Say that?
Doesn't it say that in the New Testament?
Are they thinking St. Paul?
Yeah.
St. Paul's talking about the Torah. Which is true. The Torah was entrusted to the Jews, right? But like... St. Paul did not... Now, if you think he was a Pharisee, he had something close to that canon.
Do you think he had
that was basically the Pharisaic canon, although there were still arguments going on about Esther and Ecclesiastes and stuff in the first century. And Ben Sirach. Those three books, there were still people. But it got solidified pretty quickly at the beginning of the second century that Ezekiel and Ecclesiastes were in and Ben Sirach was out.
As a Gentile, I highly recommend you do not follow the Sabbath in the manners you are describing.
Well, he's just lazy and laying around the house. I don't know if that's technically observing the Sabbath. Otherwise, I know some guys who have like 3 and 4 Sabbaths a week. Like, just don't do anything. Like,
before we end, I was curious, Father Stephen, do you ever plan to have Slavoj Žižek on your stream?
On what, my video game stream?
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
So I have come very close to meeting Slavoj Žižek. Problem is Slavoj doesn't travel anymore. Because of age and health and stuff. And just it's hard to travel from Slovenia now. And I don't think he plays video games.
That's interesting because he references. I've heard him reference like Pokemon Go and popular culture.
Well, yeah, but I mean, he's hearing about that from. Like the movies he watches are all bootlegs. Like he said that he's like, oh yeah, you can get any movie you want on DVD in Slovenia. Yeah. That's ones that haven't even been released to theaters yet.
It is Slovenia.
Yeah. But so if I ever get the chance to meet him, I'm going to meet him. Because there's been a meme in the works ever since Pajot posted that picture of him and Peterson on a jet ski.
You and Zizek?
I want a picture of me and Zizek doing rock, paper, scissors.
Okay.
And then Jules actually said he's going to take the two pictures and put them next to each other, label the Pajot Peterson picture Apollonian, and the me and Zizek picture Dionysian. And put it out into the wild as a meme.
Oh, what'd you think of that meme I sent you about Paul and Thecla? Did you see that? You may have not noticed.
I'm trying to remember.
I am going to attempt to put this on screen. If I can.
Oh, yeah.
I thought you would like it. How do we open this? There we go. There we go. Where did Father Stephen go? What'd you do with Father Stephen?
Nothing.
You made Father Stephen disappear. How dare you?
I went full boomer.
You full boomer?
Yes, full boomer. I opened up that meme to look at it and then closed on the wrong window.
In this house, we believe Thecla is a college freshman who discovered feminism. Paul is a gender studies professor. Asexual Paul, asexual Thecla. Thamarisis, I have no idea, is MAGA.
Virus, yeah.
Paul is not a bigot. Thrafina's daughter isn't dead. She's just goth. I don't get it.
Oh, the daughter was raised from the dead. Thamiris is the guy who was trying to force Thecla to marry her.
I think the other ones I got.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Mormon one that includes Bigfoot is Cain? I don't know if you know about that Mormon tradition.
That Bigfoot is Cain?
Yes.
I had not heard of this, no.
Yes. Bigfoot is Cain. He was like cursed. That's the mark. He's like immortal. He has to walk the earth.
Oh, I think I had heard they believe he's immortal.
And he's Bigfoot.
Mm.
And he apparently met with, I can't remember the guy's name, in Tennessee. This Mormon guy in Tennessee had this sit down with Bigfoot where Bigfoot told him all about it.
Mm.
I don't think it's dogma that you have to believe it, but it's like part of Mormon tradition.
Unlike Holy Mother.
Yes, that is dogma for, yeah. It kind of throws a monkey wrench into the Christian thing. But at least from some definitions of the term. Yeah.
Depends if you think the Holy Spirit is female or male.
Not really.
No?
Yeah, because, even those folks don't believe that there's sexual relations between persons of the Trinity.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
That's so.
I did get somebody trying to convince me that Jesus is married to the Virgin Mary.
His mother?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I said, I mean, I know what your answer is, but my thing is, the first commandment in the book is be fruitful and multiply, like get married. Jesus did not fulfill the law if he didn't do the first commandment. And the answer I got was, he's married to the Virgin Mary. And I was like, you go with that.
Yeah, that you got a Leviticus 18 problem there. That's
I do not debate these things with Christians. if William Lane Craig were to,
I'm sure he believes something similar. Yes, that's
and
because he is the omni heretic. Like he has to be incorrect about everything. Yeah,
and argue his new version of the Trinity. I am very unlikely to try to dissuade him of his version of the Trinity.
Are you talking about the this? So the old one was the Cerberus one.
Oh, the three-headed
the
dog.
Trinity was like Cerberus, the three-headed dog in the underworld. Yes.
Yeah.
But he switched now.
He says he just believes in the biblical Trinity.
Yeah, no. What he believes now is he said that Jesus is like a cat skeleton.
Jesus,
because a cat skeleton has the feline nature, but it's not a cat per se by itself.
Isn't that the monarchical Trinity?
No.
Okay.
Not even close. No. Wow.
He argued that there was this like X number 4 or 5 views on the Trinity thing, and Doc Branson wrote the like monarchical Trinity chapter.
Yeah.
William Lane Craig wrote the, I guess, wingnut chapter, and that was his argument, was the cat skeleton.
I think pretty much everyone's agreed he's a modalist.
Well, that's less of a modalist and more of like a partialist, maybe. Like he believes each of the three persons is part of God, like they make up one God when you put them all together, maybe.
Yeah.
Or something. Hard to nail down. But he's just fractally wrong. Like each piece is just as wrong as the whole thing is. Like it's at every level.
Well, I mean, like I continually say, according to the vast majority of according to every Christian denomination, the vast majority of Christians are heretics. Because nobody.
I don't know if that's true about the Roman Catholics.
I think,
because first of all, they are the numerical majority of Christians.
They are correct, but
so
according to,
and they don't call us heretics. They don't call the Orthodox heretics. They call us schismatics.
Correct,
which is not the same.
But according to their understanding of the Trinity, the vast majority of everybody misunderstands the Trinity in one. Like you've seen the Patrick cartoon. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I mean, like, when it comes down to it, like, you ask questions from any Christians about the Trinity, and they will give you some description of the Trinity, which ends up being...
I think that's less true with Orthodox Christians. There's still probably plenty of people, especially, like, random Greeks who haven't been to church ever, right? Like who will give you goofy answers. I'm not saying that doesn't exist. But we do talk about it a lot more than anybody else.
I mean, if they stick to the creeds,
yeah,
they won't get themselves into trouble.
We use the Nicene, we repeat, everybody knows the Nicene Creed because we all say it together every single liturgy. So you're more likely with an Orthodox Christian to just get them quoting you the Nicene Creed, which is the monarchical Trinity.
If they just quote the Creed and you don't ask questions.
Well, yeah.
But
also with Orthodox Christians, you're more likely to get the answer, it's a mystery, right? They'll like, rather than trying to give you an answer and telling you something bizarre, a lot more of them will just be like, I don't know, it's not understandable. You know, they'll say like God is ineffable, so you know I can't explain it.
I certainly approve of it's a mystery over trying to explain the Trinity to me.
Yeah. But yeah, no, if you ask There may be a lot of Roman Catholics who do that too, to be fair, who just go like, "Oh, it's mysterious," or so, But most Protestants will confidently give you some heretical view. Like they'll talk about like water and ice and water vapor, or they'll, which is just
the egg, the egg yolk, the eggshell.
Yeah. If you're lucky enough to get a William Lane Craig devotee, the cat skeleton. So there you go.
3-leaf clover.
He should write a book on the Trinity and call it "There's More Than One Way to Skin a Cat."
I doubt he's going to do that. I hope.
I do too. But he wrote a book defending penal substitutionary atonement. I'm like, the one thing where you could have rejected the mainstream Protestant view and I would have been happy about it. And that's the one where you choose to take the Protestant view. Just because you have to be wrong. Like,
yeah, Sam Tiedemann is a big fan of penal substitutionary atonement.
Yeah, so some of Sam's stuff I don't understand how it fits together. Like, I think I understand his views individually on several things, but I don't know how some of them fit together with each other.
I generally think Sam prefers to just go with whatever is generally taught by Protestants.
Sometimes, but sometimes. So, for example, one of the ones that kind of confuses me a little.
Yeah.
Last time, at least, I talked to him about the Eucharist. He had moved into believing, no, this is, in some sense, really the body and blood of Christ.
Yeah.
Right, but he believes Jesus is just a man.
He doesn't believe Jesus is just a man.
Well, he's a man. He's human. Right? Which to me makes that sound a lot more like cannibalism than the traditional view. Right? That sounds to me like you're saying this, so this is just human flesh and blood. See what I'm saying? I don't see how that fits together. Yeah. I'm sure he has an explanation. I haven't gotten to ask him about it, but I don't understand how those two fit together.
I'm pretty sure that the transfiguration is fits into there. I think that may be part of why his channel's called Transfigured.
I mean, I'm sure he has some way he fits it together in his mind.
Yeah,
right.
Like
I don't see it, and I haven't talked to him about it.
I'm pretty sure he believes that Jesus's body is no longer a human body after the resurrection.
Yeah, but I don't know. See, I would say it is a human body, right? But anyway, yeah. Unlike there's a liberal Greek weirdo who at one point a couple of years ago started a whole thing on Twitter because he decided it was ridiculous that Christ after the resurrection still had genitalia. And everybody's like looking at him like, you think that's weird? Like, you think he's now a Ken doll? That's not weird.
So
us thinking he still has all his body parts in the resurrection, that's weird. Okay, I guess. I don't...
So some Jewish art historian went through all of art history he could find, looking for a depiction of Jesus where Jesus has been circumcised. And he found that even in those places where Jesus isn't wearing a loincloth, he is always shown, until apparently the 18th or 19th century, is always shown uncircumcised.
Well, that's only true in the West. And you know how I could prove that? I can send you icons of the feast of the circumcision of Christ, where he's being circumcised by a mohel. It's depicted.
Okay, but he actually mentioned these.
Okay.
But he said in all of them, Jesus still has his foreskin.
Now, admittedly, I haven't looked that close. I mean, it's depicting the act, right?
Neither have I.
And it's
but he did mention those.
It's literally an icon for the feast of the circumcision of Christ, which is one of the days. It's on the 8th day after Christmas, right? Like when he was circumcised. We read the epistle reading where St. Paul says, "You have all been circumcised with Christ's circumcision."
Hey, whenever I find one of these traditional Catholics, or I guess there might be ortho bros who are in the same type who talk about how barbaric circumcision is, I start asking him about Jesus being circumcised, and they get very comfortable and quiet.
Yeah. Yeah, or St. Paul having St. Timothy circumcised as a young adult. Like,
I recently pointed that out to a Christian who was trying to convince me that that patrilineal descent was created by the rabbis much later after Christianity. And I was like, have you heard of Paul? Have you heard of Timothy?
Yeah.
Nope.
You mean matrilineal descent?
What?
You said patrilineal descent. Do you mean matrilineal descent?
Well, yeah. He was trying to say that the biblical Judaism was patrilineal descent.
Bro, do you even Ezra? Like,
yes. That is generally where we usually go to, but I much prefer to beat up on Christians with their own gospels.
Oh yeah. But
that's
we'll read Jubilees. I just finished teaching a class on it. Like the level in Jubilees, like the level of chicanery to try to make wives of the 12 patriarchs that were clearly not Israelite, right, in the Torah,
right,
somehow be Israelites. Right?
You mean like Joseph's wife?
In a way, like
you mean like Joseph's wife?
Well, there's some of that,
Okay.
Yeah. That's one of them. Joseph gets super downplayed in general, though, in Jubilees.
Really?
Yeah. Jubilees, like it's retelling Genesis, and it's basically like Abraham and Jacob, and like Isaac and Joseph are like subtextual, like not considered important. Okay. So it adds in this whole thing. I think with Jacob being Israel, right? It's trying to get around. You could get the impression from the Torah that like Jacob kind of gets the birthright through chicanery himself, right? It triggers. So there's this whole added tradition of, well, no, Abraham picked him. Like while Abraham was still alive, he said, "Oh no, I want Jacob to be the person."
I see.
Right, but then Isaac liked Esau better, right? And so they were just, restoring Abraham's wishes by doing them. So there's a lot of things like that in Jubilees where it kind of massages, the story. And I think part of the downplaying of Joseph is that like Ephraim didn't exist anymore by the time Jubilees is being written.
Oh. Huh.
That's
inconvenient. Yeah.
So I think that's part of it, and I think part of it is that in a lot of other Second Temple literature, Ephraim is associated with the Gentiles in various ways.
Yeah.
Right, like the Messiah, but Joseph traditions and stuff, and Jubilees like does not like Gentiles. So You shouldn't be marrying them. You shouldn't be hanging around with them. You shouldn't, So there's a lot of specifically, I mean, you could tell exactly when it was written because there's tons of just directly anti-Greek stuff. Right? Like stuff that if it was actually in Genesis would be radically anachronistic. Like I'm trying to remember who it was. Somewhere in the story of Abraham, it takes this detour to like attack exercising naked.
Really?
Yes. Like, how this is just like the most evil thing ever concocted,
Yeah.
And you're like, huh, I wonder who that's aimed at,
Couldn't possibly be a gymnasium. Not at all.
So there's stuff like that. It also adds this whole extra story at the end of the story of Jacob and Esau, where Jacob ends up killing Esau.
Jacob kills Esau?
Yes, he shoots him with an arrow.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, like after so canonical Genesis, right? They kind of make up, right? They reunite, they make peace, right? It's very nice, right? Well,
the rabbis have some things to say about that, but
right. Well, and things go sour much later, right? With the Edomites, right?
Yeah.
Like things are okay. So Jubilees is not a fan of the Edomites, right? He's writing much later.
Yeah.
So in Jubilees, Esau makes peace with Jacob, but then like his sons get really mad at him and basically call him a wimp. Right? Like, you're a wimp, you're a coward, and they force him, like they threaten and his sons threaten and bully him and like make him go to war with Jacob. And then there's this whole tower defense thing where Jacob has this tower now. And they lay siege to it, and Jacob ends up picking off Esau with a couple of arrows.
So there's actually a midrash that says that when Jacob died and his sons went to bury him, Esau showed up, and I forget which one of the sons got mad and chopped his head off.
Yeah, those are probably connected traditions. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Interesting.
So yeah, the Jubilees does some interesting things based on later developments. Like that. But yeah, Joseph, like it barely, like most stories from Genesis, it adds details, it adds traditions and stuff. Like Joseph, the whole Joseph story, it runs through like super fast with less detail than canonical Genesis, just to kind of, because they have to get Jacob and his family to Egypt. Right? It's just like, but they just sort of speed run that so they can get back to Jacob as he's dying, giving his last wishes to everybody, and like Jacob like remains the main character.
But is it like a midrashic text where they're like telling like obviously stories, or is it more, no, this is what actually happened?
No, it's obviously telling stories. It's obviously collecting traditions.
Okay.
Like it's interpretive. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And so that's why I say I think like the minimization of Joseph reflects the fact that that's one of the arguments I use for canonical Genesis being not just pre-exilic, but pre-fall of the Northern Kingdom, is the prominence of Joseph in it. Like Joseph's story is a third of the text,
right,
of canonical Genesis, right?
Okay.
And if Ephraim still exists and is still the most numerous tribe, that makes sense, right? In terms of the Torah,
right,
that those traditions would be prominently featured. If Ephraim is gone, that makes less sense for Joseph to be so prominent.
Yeah. I don't actually know much of the archaeology like that far back. I've never found it very interesting.
Yeah. So the Northern Kingdom gets wiped out in 722 BC. So about 200
was
years
Ephraim
after Solomon.
Was Ephraim like the biggest one back then?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's where Samaria was.
Okay.
Omri built Samaria as the capital for the northern kingdom in Ephraim's territory. And that's why when the prophets later refer to the northern kingdom, like I think it's Ezekiel who has the stick with Ephraim written on it and the stick with Judah written on it.
Right.
It binds them back together. Right. So Ephraim just becomes synonymous with the whole northern kingdom, all 10 tribes, because it was sort of the most predominant one.
Okay.
In the same way that Benjamin kind of becomes a footnote to Judah.
Right. Yeah. Interesting. What do you think Paul specifically identified with Benjamin?
I think that's the tribe he was from. And I mean, him being given the name Saul, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, but at the time,
he's from a Benjamite family, right?
As far as I know, like back then, like nobody actually bothered to mention they were from Benjamin. Like I'm not sure people paid, like Cohen, Levi, Israel, yes, but Judah and Benjamin, I don't like. I was surprised when I read him say from Benjamin.
Yeah, well, they're I think at least in the first century, there was more consciousness of that, because anybody who was going to show up, for example, claiming to be the Messiah or trying to be the Messiah was going to have to prove their bona fides in terms of being from Judah, or at least attempt to.
So? I
think
that's the thing. I don't.
You look at the genealogies in Matthew and Luke; they're pretty intent on doing that for Jesus, for example.
Yeah, I see. That's the thing. That was one of the things that it was like, okay, seems like later to me, like more Gentile to actually. I realize you don't
look
believe
at
that.
Chronicles. I mean, half of Chronicles is genealogies.
Yeah, but that's Chronicles. Like that's
and Ezra post-exilic, they seem to be very concerned because they want to preserve those for the future. Right? I mean, even with the Levites, it's minute details. Like,
yeah, like
these are the harp players. These are the like.
Yeah, Cohen and Levites, I think, maintained their lineages. I mean, we certainly don't bother with any other lineage anymore.
Yeah, but I think people from Judah still knew they were from Judah, and people from Benjamin still knew they were from Benjamin.
Okay.
Everything else, I think, was super muddy. Right?
Yeah.
Anybody claiming they were from any other tribe, I think, was guesswork or messing around, or
Well, the only one thing I've heard other than the Cohen and Levi is I've heard there's like the lost tribes, but I don't exactly know what's up with all that.
That's
much later nonsense.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but it's a lot of Zionists trying to find more people to move to Israel.
Because they're not lost. They're not lost. One of my Old Testament professors way back in the day, Lawson Younger, spent a good decades of his life reading Assyrian tablets, looking for Israelite names.
Okay. Like
Theophorics with the tetragrammaton in them and that kind of thing, right?
Right.
And has a list of the villages in Assyria where they were deported.
Really?
And these villages in Assyria have all of these Israelite names for 3 generations, and then they kind of vanish because they intermarriage and so yeah, he's done that lecture. He's like, I'm happy to report I have found the lost tribes of Israel. They're not really lost. Here's where the Assyrians took them, and here's what happened to them.
There's definitely, I mean, large numbers of people, including apparently the entirety of Afghanistan, who claim to be the lost tribes, and there are people who get very excited about that among the hyper Zionists, because they're like, yeah, come move to Israel and be lost tribes. And it's like,
yeah, well, and also the Samaritans. Some of the Samaritans, based on genetic stuff, are descended from Northern Kingdom folks.
Yeah,
not purely, but that's yeah. Yeah, but the other thing with St. Paul is, I mean, it may have just been a family tradition that they were from Benjamin. That's the other possibility. Whether he actually was or not, right? Like, my wife was brought up, her dad. I mean, my wife's name is Erin Patricia. Like, her dad swore they were Irish. Okay, like, she did the DNA thing. She has like no Irish.
So basically, it's like the high cheekbones of.
But like that was somehow in her dad's family, they thought they were Irish.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, it could have just. I mean, who knows how far it went back, right? But they did name him Saul. You know, and you know, so.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if. I mean, Dustin did pay $2 for us to rag on PSA. What's there to say? There has not
already been said.
There has not been in the history of humanity any society which has practiced PSA as a legal theory. Like, no. Not in any.
Calvin burning someone else instead of Servetus.
Like, even in Geneva, right? Like, not even like, not Protestants. Although I do have to say, Doug Wilson, God have mercy on his soul, was talking about raising your children. And how you
make one the whipping boy for all of them.
Yeah, and how spare the rod, spoil the child, so you have to spank your child. And he was saying, but it is also a good time to teach your children the gospel and how Jesus is taking the punishment for them.
But apparently he didn't, because they're still getting spanked. If he really already took the punishment, then why are you spanking them? You should sit them down and say, here's why I'm not spanking you, because of the gospel. Because our Lord already took the spanking that you deserve. So I want you to pray and give thanks right now for why you're not getting spanked.
I mean, look, I love Keith Foskey. I listen to him. He seems like a nice guy. I love James White. He seems like a genuinely nice guy. He really does.
He is a nice guy in person. I have met him in person, and he is a nice guy in person.
And they seem like faithful people. And when they say that penal substitutionary atonement is the gospel is a forensic act of us being judicially, like, I've learned all these words, right?
Yes.
Declared righteous before the Lord in a forensic judicial act, right? It's like, in the history of humanity, there has never been once that any society has thought that this was justice. Yeah.
Can you tell Calvin was a lawyer, though?
I was very surprised.
He was.
He was. It was like, I don't understand how he was a lawyer. And
he was a defense attorney. That's brilliant, right? Like, to get somebody off. If you're a defense attorney, that's a great line of argument.
Is it?
Punish someone else.
Like even the Muslims who practice blood redemption, right? Blood money. Even they will not allow penal substitution.
Yeah. No, they try to come up with. So I've had them try to come up with stuff with me. There's an old Roman text about some Roman tradition in this village where when things went wrong, they pick one person by lot and go and like human sacrifice them essentially, like to appease the gods. And they're like, "See," and I'm like, "What am I seeing?" Like what? Yes, weird pagan ritual that even the Romans were kind of embarrassed about. Okay, and
like there is not a single example, and I just keep on going back to Ezekiel 18, and God says, my ways not just? Your ways are not just. Like there's a whole chapter in the Bible railing against it. Railing. It's like, did God need to say this any clearer? And
like all the way through the Torah in my Bible study, I've been taking all the shots all the way along, right? So like God chooses the Levites as his tithe from the tribes of Israel. And so all the tribes gather around them and lay their hands on them.
Yeah.
And so of course I said, so then they proceeded to beat the Levites to death for their sins after laying hands on them.
Oh no!
And offering them as an atonement for God.
It was the Levites who killed the people who were
exactly. After placing all their sins upon the Levites with the laying out of hands, I once said as a joke to someone, they're asking about not just baptizing babies, but they were like, so you actually like dunk the baby like under the water 3 times? And I was like, yes. And they're like, well, why do you do that? I said, well, first we put all of the people's sins on the baby, and then we push it under the water to symbolically drown it with the sins. And they were looking at me like I was dead serious. They were looking at me like, oh, that's fascinating. Oh, that's
I'm pretty sure you know about this, but Keith Foskey, the way I got to know him was he wanted to ask you about baptism. And because he was going to be in a debate about baptism. And the debate was whether, both of them agreed, whether you sprinkle or you immerse, it's okay, but which is preferred? And the guy
sounds like a rousing debate where people would have really heated opinions.
People had very heated opinions
about which is preferred. Yeah.
And the guy who was saying no, the preferred way, the way that the apostles baptized people was through sprinkling.
Okay, I'm waiting for it.
So in Acts 3, I guess it is, there is the scene where thousands of people accept Christ and get baptized on that day.
In Jerusalem.
And
with the big...
Hold on, no. His proof was it would have been impossible to immerse thousands of people in Jerusalem. Because where would they have gotten that much water?
I don't know. They'd have to have something set up for pilgrims. Like one of the 5 pools mentioned in the Gospels.
So I absolutely lost it. And oh yeah, the wedding in Cana, right?
The pool at Bethesda. There's like pools mentioned in the Gospel.
So in the chat, I put something intemperate, as I am wont to do. I'm like, are you effing kidding me? Do you have no idea what the archaeology is? And when I did my commentary on their debate, I went and I found, so of the pools we have dug up, not in Jerusalem, because there's hundreds in Jerusalem, there are 50 pools just on the Temple Mount.
Yes.
Right? That we have found.
Yes.
So if they only use the pools that are still existing today,
yeah,
you could dunk 3,000 people if you only did 50 people an hour, right?
Yes.
That's less than 1 a minute.
Yes.
Right? You could do 3,000 in 6 hours.
Yes. Yes.
And it's like, do you have no clue what was actually going on?
Listen, Protestant friends. I've got the Bible, I got church fathers, I got Second Temple Jewish literature, I got liturgical texts, I got all this stuff.
Yeah.
You guys are sola scriptura. Theoretically, you just have to know the Bible. Please know the Bible. Like, you just got the one book to worry about. You can do better than this. Like,
I have to say, I am quite shocked when I know the Christian Bible better than Christians.
yeah, especially Protestants, who that's their whole thing.
Well, like, I get really, really surprised when I have to point out to Christians that synagogues existed before 70.
Like, I don't know.
Which I do.
Jesus taught in.
Right. I say.
Or St. Paul.
Like, when a Christian says to me, synagogues were invented after 70, I ask them, then how did Jesus and Paul go to them? Why do I know a Christian Bible better than these people?
Yeah. I don't know. Let's just challenge them to do better. Come on, guys.
Our dear beloved Protestant friends, we love you. We only wish that you were a little bit more Christian. Okay, it is almost midnight. I am going to end the stream. Good night, people.